over there. Gotta go to PT. You have a good time at PT. Hopefully, things are working properly. Usually use Legends Viewer to view the world. I mean, I don't really consider Legends Viewer external software, but... Legends Viewer is kind of like its own thing. You were away while the Super Meat Boy vinyl was removed. Does it have a cool sleeve? The sleeves are just plain white paper sleeves. That particular record. But let's dive into Stonewater. Go play some dwarfs. Wrong person? Oh, what you mean at Tele? I generally assume that PT is referring to physical exercise, but... so we just fought off a siege. It wasn't a particularly big siege, but one of them managed to get inside, or a couple of them managed to get inside, which actually caused some pretty hefty problems, to be nice. We lost a couple dwarves in the process, but it was fine. The rest of them just got torched in here, so, you know, it was all good. Anyway, post-siege, the dwarves that are alive in the fortress are as follows. Valleys, Snail, Sinful, Spice, we have Sanic, we have Hazazah, we have Phoenix the Fox, Razlaim, and as I scroll down, anyone know the record for the oldest fort? I think the oldest heavily documented fort is Archcrystal, which was retired at 500 years. Sax, Jurhenning, and Time of Daraf. Scrolling down a little bit is Alden, Piranha, Goats, and Onyx, as well as White Dog. And as I scroll down, Walrus, and Little Osan, and That Guy USA, Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, who's just Seashore's Wall in this run, Takira, and down here we have Reza, Ultimate Lizard, NetJam Jr., Bastet, H2O, Audio, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, Potato King, Wendigo, Space Pirate, and Trevor in VR. And then as I continue to scroll down, we get to Impalification, Tapioke, Lamund, Gus, Curses, Fight Attack, Kodiak, Rolf, Rory, Omega Loaf, Ashen Dust, Accident, Nortram, Footloose, Animal, Brinbjorn, and Render. And then lastly, Kajiro. Are you allowed to break that record? I mean, that's the point of records, right? Is to break them. So, something that I'm a little annoyed by. Well, first off, that Goblin's still burning. But there was a cave dragon on this map who has since disappeared, and that makes me very sad. Okay, Goblin Lasher turned into a puff of smoke, which is optimal. So I'm kind of annoyed because there was a cave dragon in this lair. And I was hoping it would reappear, but it disappeared, and it hasn't reappeared, so I said. Yeah, there's somebody on, like, the Russian part of the Dwarf Fortress community who has a fortress that has 1 or 2 screenshots of, which is big, admittedly, which claims to have lasted for 600 years. But I say it's just a screenshot, so it's not heavily. So that's why I say it's the oldest heavily documented fort is Archcrystal. Also, this fort is very laggy because of the amount of dumb shit on this map. Can I get one, like, right now? No, because I haven't caught even one. But if you got a breeding pair, yes, you could breed them. Yeah, anyone could just make it up, right? So the oldest heavily documented one would be Sethados' Archcrystal, who's also a Vancouverite. And then, I guess, humble brag, but Long Death is getting up there too, because Long Death is, what, 70 years behind Archcrystal right now? Also, Sethados has been saying that he's got plans for some sort of, like, Archcrystal sequel when Premium launches, or at least that's what he was saying in chat, so. What'd you miss? Nothing, because we just started playing Dwarf Fort. I read off the dwarves that are in the fort. We're mining Adamantine right now, because this cavern layer has Adamantine in it. Is it possible to cheat? DF Hack has all kinds of, like, dumb things you can do. Like, you can just straight up spawn animals in. You can summon just like a pile of materials. You can remove dwarves' stress. So yeah, absolutely. If you want to. I don't like cheating. Unless you mean like cheating time. I don't think there is any way to speed up time in Dwarf Fort. Yeah, because their babies take forever to grow up. They're like elephants. So part of the reason the game's running so slowly right now is this. Why do we keep finding dead cats? Stray kitten corpse. Oh, probably because they were killed by goblins and shit. All right, so I'm going to see if I can pull this lever over here. Speed up time initially, yeah. Removing the FPS cap would, but it slows down pretty quickly. I mean, it's Putnam who said that they play with the frame rate set to 1600 frames a second, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure it was 1600 frames a second. And so basically they just like teleport forward, pause the game, teleport forward, pause the game, teleport forward, pause the game. Yeah, like no, if I increase the frame rate right now, it's not going to speed up time. Not at all. So there is a Beak dog right here. Which I need to dispose of somehow. Which is also scaring my dwarves, which is not great. In fact, is that like scaring all of that's suboptimal. It's not like I'm going to be able to just build one of these. I don't think. Is that even in the right spot to where they'd be? No, it is not. So I have to put it one tile further over. Yeah, I don't even know if I could do this, but let's see if we can do this. Also, the trees are starting to burn. That's not great. Yeah, I turned on this side to burn out the goblins that were kind of walking up this way. So I turned this on to burn out goblins, but didn't work as effectively as I'd hoped, unfortunately. Lava flow volcano. We'll pull that lever. Yeah, if you set the population cap to like 15 and kept it on a like a 1x1 tile in a small world, and you increase the play speed to something crazy, yeah. I'm pretty sure some dwarf just like set themselves on fire. Like 99% certain that just happened. 99% certain that some dwarf just fell in there. How the hell did that happen? Okay, you know what? Let's just... Okay, so Farana is caught in a pool of lava. I don't actually know how my dwarves are dying right now, so I'm just going to... I'm assuming they're getting spooked by that Beak dog, but I don't know why they keep ending up in the lava. So I'm going to tell them to go inside. And hope that stops. Yeah, exactly the same way that I did Long Death. Although sights don't actually cause frame rate stuff to change that much. What the? How did I literally just lost like 4 dwarves. How did that even happen? Okay. No, it's not that there's a Beak dog there that's spooking them. Like, that's the problem, but I'm just completely perplexed as to how that actually happened. Your attention is back here? Well, that's nice of you. I'm trying to figure out why my dwarves decided to just throw themselves into lava. But I'm also trying to get dwarves back inside. You two okay? And you don't feel anything while in the midst of conflict, clearly. Let's just disable those wheelbarrows that they're trying to haul by turning the thing on and off again. There you go. Can you just, like, walk across here? Or do I have to disable something? Good night, Lamond. I really wish that I could turn off threads, like on Twitch. I think that they're a kind of not great feature, personally. I think that they're a not great feature, personally. And Adil has claimed a mason's workshop, so that strange mood that started just now is now actually going to go do something, which is always fun. Also, it's a mason shop, which means maybe one day we'll actually get a door. Yeah, hopefully we can get rid of that beak dog, because I don't know how that beak dog got up there. That beak dog should not have gotten up there, but it did, and so now I just have this beak dog that's sitting in a very suboptimal spot. To the point where it's like, I really don't want to just make like a Marksdwarf squad, but maybe I have to. I mean, its upper leg is mangled, which probably isn't helping. You know, I don't think I can do this, but let's just try. Let's just see if I can tell. If I tell this squad to go kill them, will they figure out a way up there and be able to kill it? Let's find out. Or will they just hang out in the tavern because they can't get to it? Both things are perfectly possible. Yeah, I think that they just sit there because they can't get to it. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird spot to be in with this beak dog. I guess I'll just slam this bridge shut. And that'll probably fix the dwarves like panicking and dodging off that bridge. It'll probably fix that. I would hope. I mean, it's still suboptimal, but might also be trying to attack Beaky Boy and just throwing themselves into Valhalla. Yeah, pretty much. Like it's kind of frustrating. I mean, theoretically, I could just whip up like a Marksdwarf squad, which might actually not be the worst idea. Just whip up a Marksdwarf squad and apparently, the Gilded Neutralization doesn't actually have a leader right now. Interesting. Trampled Addicts should have all the stuff for it. But we'll just let them do their thing for a little bit while the fort lags, because that's basically just this fortress right now. It's like, well, let's do that. Let them do their thing while the fort lags. Bath, would you be any good in a dream of mastering a skill? You're gripped by crippling shyness. Cool, so you can shoot at things from a distance. Let's just go make some archery targets and get together a crossbow dwarf squad. Or I guess archer, because they're called archers now for some reason. I guess I could put it over there. I could put it outside. We could go up here. Yeah, let's do it out here. Let's forget archery targets. Capital A! Sure, let's make super gaudy archery targets out of rose gold. Why not? Because I just have dumb amounts of rose gold right now. That'll be plenty. Just a few. But yeah, we'll get those dudes training, and I'm sure they'll do just fine. Not even adamantine archer target. I could. Don't tempt me. I do have wafers. I'm not sure how many, but I do have adamantine, and I do have adamantine strands. Speaking of. Nope, no cave dragon. Read the last Discord word story. All right, let me scroll down to that and find out what I last wrote. We'll roll up a little bit, otherwise I don't actually have much to read. So, elves roam over the mirthful gatherings of trees. Boogeymen will lurk in darkness to ambush the bearers. House of Thesaurus eloquently. I give up. Poop egg dinner. Sleep during death. Awake during punishment. You might be mango salesperson. Frogs eat. There we go. All caught up. Discord word story on Discord. All right, so we'll just let them do their thing for a little bit. Although I do need to add this area to the burrow in order for this to actually work. Add this area to the burrow. How are we doing on booze? Actually quite fine. All right, so literally it's just, we got to deal with this guy. That's literally all it is. How are these addicts doing? These dwarves. I'm not a big fan that they automatically made my captain of the guard into the person running that squad, though. This channel is badly programmed. AI is trying to form a sentence. You know, Aqua, I know that you are the exalted luxury, but how about having a upgrade so that you're the exalted luxury and the captain of the guard? How does that sound? Regardless, you're now doing that. You now get to do double duty. Well, now, where the fuck did I put the captain of the guard's office? That's the next question that I have for myself. Where did I put that? I obviously put it somewhere. It's just a matter of where did I put it. Of your count mandating ballista arrows every 0.5 nanoseconds? Wait until the last possible second. You can wait until it gets red before you actually fulfill it. You don't have to, they'll just request another one when you fulfill it. So wait until it's fulfilled and then do it again afterwards, essentially. Also, that was the wrong room. Was the outpost liaison. So where did I put the captain of the guard? Huh. Also, it's Lycott, so Lycott's supposed to have all this stuff. I mean, where did I put... I'm just, like, stumbling over myself now, because I'm just like, I do not remember where I put any of this stuff originally. Where the heck did Lycott go? Oh, I see. You still have that assigned. Was it up on the tower? Actually, it might be. Yeah, okay, this is the captain of the guard. I getcha. So Aqua can have this. And Aqua can have this. There you go. Aqua is now captain of the guard. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really gotten bothered by dwarves requiring or requesting the same item time and time again, because it's just like, even if it's like a relatively useful item, they at most request like 2 to 5 a season, which isn't that much. And if you do get really annoyed with your count, you can always just like expel them, which is fine. They just go elsewhere, which I've also definitely done. Okay, now we're finally getting the dwarves are missing notifications. I know that Piranha fell into the lava. Mason gone missing? Yeah, I know. It's because they all jumped into lava for some silly reason. Also, I could probably turn this off now. You jumped into lava, yes. As for why? I think it's because you got startled by a beak dog. As for why that's a good reason to jump into lava, I'm not totally sure. But you decided to do that with your life. Yeah, we're going to get a you is missing notification in a moment. Because there is a beak dog right here. That's in a very inopportune place. And while dwarves were crossing this bridge, for some reason they decided it would be a good idea to just throw themselves this way. Don't know why. Don't know why they did that or why they thought that would be wise, but they decided that that would be wise. And so now we're getting the notices that they've been missing for a week because they all fell into lava. Surprise jump attack. I think they were trying to like shimmy along the wall to go kill it or something, but the result was they were all falling into lava. So anyway, I'm gonna be a bad person for a minute and slaughter a bunch of cats and kittens, because I got too many cats in this stupid fort right now. As cute as they can be, they require eating. I mean, yeah, no, I'm certain that that's what happened, is they were trying to shimmy along the wall and they just ended up falling into the lava in the process. Seems like I've caught another horde of Crundles down here. We're gonna slaughter all those. Also, as always, if anybody has any questions about Dwarf Fort or this fort in particular, just give me a shout. Many babies have hatched. Excellent. On the topic of Crundles. Look at this. Baby Crundle explosion, go! Look at all these baby Crundles. Look at all them baby Crundles. Oh, no, not the piglet. We don't need to put the piglet in there. I made a Crundle. We're now gonna have more Crundles than I know what to do with. So it's a real shame I can't war train Crundles. Imagine just like enemy siege shows up and then just like 100 Crundles just go sprinting at the enemy. Oh, I'm sure I did, yeah. It's fine. The kittens will blend in. We'll never notice. They look identical after all. Okay, let's see if I can tell my squads to go kill this beak dog. There is no reachable valid target. Well, I mean, that's a given. Although, actually, are you excited for... Jur Henning died too? Really? Good lord. How many dwarves just, like, threw themselves into the death lava? Wow. Gosh. So Farana, Jur Henning, and then a couple other dwarves all just like threw themselves into lava. That's unfortunate. Yep, there's the Farana notice. But you're allowed to ask me if I'm excited for premium. You'll just get the same answer every time. It's still a valid question. It's just a bit of a redundant valid question. It's like, well, yeah, duh. It's kind of the answer to the question, I would say. Which is why, like, when people ask me and my, like, response is just immediately, no, not excited. Don't care. Is also a valid response. Investments are open. Speaking of things you don't care about, just say no. Yeah, just like drugs, just say no, chat. This is a really annoying place for this beak dog to be. Like a really, really, really annoying place. Okay, so... Alright, never mind. I have to disband this squad. Because I do not want the captain of the guard to have a squad. It's like, I realize that I've made a squad the wrong way, but I do not want the captain of the guard to be running a squad. New squad. Archer. You're in charge. There we go. And you can also join this squad. which will be the gangs of paging, I guess. New things change stuff and makes it more complicated. Yeah, naturally. Are they Marks Dwarves? That's the plan, is to make them Marks Dwarves, but I don't want the Captain of the Guard to be in a squad ever. Like, just period. Like, just as a rule. What are the odds I have 2 dwarves, both named Vacker, side by side? I guess pretty good. It's like having 2 dwarves named Mike in the same room. Yeah, they all feel like they're joining an existing conflict right now, which, like, shows... Particular reason for what? Like, are you talking to chat, or are you talking to me? What's crack-a-lackin'? Hopefully nothing's cracking. Generally just my back. For the Captain of the Guard thing? Oh, because you don't want a strong Captain of the Guard, because the Captain of the Guard will then just, like, one-tap murder your own dwarves whenever there's any kind of issue. It's like, oh no, they, like, committed a minor crime. Proceeds to literally murder the person who, like, threw a sock at somebody. So you don't want to have a super strong Captain of the Guard, because if you have a super strong Captain of the Guard, it's a really good way to insta-gib your own dwarves. Essentially. There's a Kia up there. Awesome. OS Masker? Did you say that? Thank you very much for the raid. Checking to get a round of beers for the raiders. Did they get it? No, they didn't. Where the fuck is it? Hey, Blackadder, what's up? I mean, you could give them an adamantine hammer. I'd prefer to just keep them unarmed. But, yeah, I mean, you do you. Just makes more sense to me to keep them unarmed. But theoretically, you could do that, yes. Hi, Masker. What were you up to today? Were you playing dwarves, or were you doing something else? Your name looks vaguely familiar, so I'm assuming dwarves. I've got this pesky Beak dog who's in a very suboptimal spot. I'm not super thrilled is here. Right to left. Gangs of paging can train there. Extracting metal strands, taming Crundles, construct building. Let's see if you're capable of constructing a building. I doubt it, but... It's probably why your name is familiar, but I hope that you had a good stream. Anything particularly noteworthy happen? I'm just kind of distracted today because doing my normal stream stuff plus also monitoring a charity marathon that's happening elsewhere, and they finally got to it. Shout outs to this dwarf who's managed to get up there somehow, who's also not even in the military. Vutok, let's add you to this squad so that you can just, like, beat the crap out of this thing. And then we'll remove you from this squad. Don't know how this dwarf got up here, but a dwarf got up here, so this is good. This is going to make my life a lot easier once this thing is dead. Keep punching it. It's not dead yet. Okay, well, just hang in there, Vutok. Just keep beating it. Just keep punching it. What are they doing? Just punching it? Literally, yeah, he's just sitting there punching it. Literally just sitting on a already beaten Beak dog and they're punching it to death. Eventually they'll blunt force trauma it to death, and then we can just get these 2 dwarves down. And you're not ready for trouble? Well, I mean, who's ever truly ready for trouble? Okay, it looks like they got it. They punched it in the head, tearing the muscle, pulling the neck, tearing apart the skin. Did it bleed out yet? Yes, they did in fact get it done. All right. Well, now that that critter's done, they'll come and make a ramp there, and they can get down. And this will significantly, yes, this is significantly improving the frame rate already, which is nice. Yeah, it's always weird when like you expect, especially if you're expecting a particular fort to be rowdy and loud, and then it's just like, oh yeah, then nothing is happening. It's always very concerning. Oh, you have 0. I mean, you don't need soldiers to be ready for trouble though. I need to eat some of these llamas. I got so many llamas. Apparently I also have a bunch. I don't know where I got these boars from, but I'm gonna eat them too. So I acquired a ton, and I do mean a ton, of random livestock because I had a whole caravan get destroyed. It wasn't my fault. They walked into my lava pit, not the other way around. They intentionally walked into the piles of lava that I had just around. And, you know, that's really their fault. They should have been more mindful of the flowing lava before they walked through it. But regardless, it ended with an entire wagon getting destroyed. So the result is I have like a lot of random livestock that I'm still trying to get rid of, as well as like a bunch of other random crap that somehow survived the burning fires. So, it's dinner over here, you'll lurk. Well, cheers. Enjoy your dinner. Thank you very much for the raid. It's kind of wild to get raids all of a sudden because, like, you know, I've been streaming for so long and like just not had, what's the word I'm looking for here? People just up until now just haven't raided Dwarf Fortress streams because people for some reason seem to think that like people don't want to watch Dwarf Fortress or something silly like that. But now suddenly people are raiding Dwarf Fortress streams and it's fun. It's been a fun couple weeks. It's going to be a fun December too. Looking forward to it. "105 people disagree." Well, I mean, you say that, Gus, but like 2 months ago, by this time of day, we'd have like maybe 50 people watching. So while you're correct, 2 months ago, that wasn't true. It's been like pulling teeth for years trying to convince people that, yeah, you do want to raid Dwarf Fortress channels. And yeah, you do want to watch Dwarf Fortress, in fact. So for extracting metals... Wait, how the hell are you going down here? Ooh. Okay. Yeah, right. Got it. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction, so that's good. What all did you grab? Raw green glass, bloodthorn logs, iron bars, tanzanites, forgotten beast silk, sparrow leather, and 2 pieces of diorite. Please, dwarf. Please make me a door. It's a mason shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? Also, if anybody wants a dwarf named after them, just give me a shout. As always, just give me a shout. True, yeah, that's true. Artifact quarantine. How many corns do I have? I was keeping track of them. I think it's like 4 artifact corns in this fort now. Yeah, no, 2. 2 artifact corns. So it would be just 1 more to add to the collection, I suppose. Any profession? All right, then I will close my eyes and hold the up arrow until I feel like letting go the button right about now. You're a mason. Congrats. You're Suxul, and Blackadder's your name. She feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict. You worship Tholteg, who's the deity associated with Fortress, who takes the form of a female dwarf of the Room of Savants. And you are a member of the Scorching Lobster, obviously. You're 76 years old, born on the 3rd of Moonstone in the year 187. You aren't tall, but you have incredible muscles. A very broad, round chin and hair that is clean-shaven. And your ears are extremely narrow, and her slightly protruding narrow gold eyes are slightly close set. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her hair is pale chestnut, and her skin is burnt umber. You're just like a small brick. Does anyone have the lyrics to Drink and Industry? You know, we've been asking around about this for a bit, but the response from Simon is literally just, figure it out. So, we just have to figure it out. She is unbelievably strong and agile, likes rutile and aluminium, which is more fun to say than aluminum. So aluminium, moss opal, clouds and figurines, and reindeer for their large herds, and koala men for their adorable appearance and probably loud screams, and the berries of drumming and the sight of the adorable appearance and and the sight of the adorable appearance and the sound of the berries of drumming and the sight of the mirthful flowers, and when possible she prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer, and you absolutely hate oysters. She personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly. You think art is silly, and you dream of mastering a skill, sometimes cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to your sadism. I think I'm gonna add you to the military. You're a complete scatterbrain, unable to focus on a single thing for more than a passing moment, and is bashful. Hello. How's things, animal? Was the Tato entertaining for the beginning bit? Like they seem to be doing quite well. Kiri, as always, is killing it. Absolutely killing it. I saw you in Tato chat, which is why I asked. Tater is tatering? Yes. Tatering on the edge of unknowable calamity. She's a dad. The dwarf Chad's her dad with an H. Oh, that's great. I approve of this. She is extremely confident in herself when undertaking She is extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. There we go. And she could be considered rude, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Is grateful when others help her out and doesn't return favors, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the ones that comes to pass. And tends to avoid crowds, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She is assertive, and she is a friendly individual. She tends to ask others for help with difficult situations and has an active sense of humor and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. And I'm going to add you to the military because you just read like a military dwarf, especially with the sometimes like subject to sadism comment. All right. So let's just make 10 iron crossbows, leather, quiver, 10. I don't know how many I have. I probably have them, but we should just make more. But yeah, so kind of thing for today is just stare at this and see if Cave Dragon come back. Also, we're going to go mine Adamantine. That's going to be the main project for today, is just doing a bunch of Addy mining. And also, I need to completely cover this cavern layer with cage traps. Let's just make 100 wooden cage traps and just start making cage traps because I really, really, really want to catch a cave dragon. And I'm just going to go scatter cage traps everywhere, which actually means I'm just catching a lot of Crundles, but, you know, I can dream. Because I would really like to catch a cave dragon. Even though, you know, we probably won't get a breeding pair or anything fun. And then even if I did, I wouldn't have enough time to actually do anything with them, but... it's my only opportunity, really. Or it's my best opportunity I've had in a while. And considering it's shown up multiple times and hasn't died, all the more reason to try and catch it. You can't plant trees in Dwarf Fortress, so thus I wouldn't be able to plant fruit trees. That is outrageous. This is Dwarf Fortress, not Tree Fortress. So you're outrageous for suggesting that dwarves should plant trees. Truly. So yeah, I don't think there's anything outrageous about that. Also, so far, like, slaughtering a whole bunch of animals is definitely speeding up, which is kind of nice. Yes, no, this is definitely not Prison Architect with the tree economy. This is Dwarf Fortress. So we've talked about toilets many times. It's been a very hot topic of conversation in the Dwarf Fortress community for years. In fact, I think that there's actually a mod that adds in the sewage systems. I think. Don't know how functional it is. But I'm pretty sure it exists. Anyway, but it's been a hot topic for ages because Tarn has been against adding toilets to Dwarf Fortress for two main reasons. One, he believes it would be an annoying mechanic that wouldn't be fun to play with, which I tend to agree. I find that managing toilets in Dwarf Fortress is something that just wouldn't be a fun gameplay mechanic. But the other reason, and Tarn has said this in one of the interviews, is he realizes that if he adds toilets, he would have to add feces, right? And if he adds feces to Dwarf Fortress, it would have to be some sort of a liquid or a solid. And you know what would happen the literal second Dwarf Fortress players have the ability to add liquids and solid feces to their fortress is we're going to weaponize it. And I don't think Tarn likes the idea of a literal urine cannon or, let's just say, a poop launcher being used as a weapon. So in a world where that's a thing, like, I kind of see where he's coming from. But secondarily, he, however, has been coming around on the concept of adding manure to Dwarf Fortress, which I personally think is almost better in some ways. So instead of having, like just dwarves pooping, we would have cows pooping. So instead of having having to deal with like sewage systems and shit, we could just clean up shit, literally, from cows, and it could be used as fertilizer. Well, there is fertilizer, but there isn't poop fertilizer. We could use poop and urine from cattle as part of tanning leather, because leather tanning uses brain acid or urine acid, which is why tanning leather traditionally is so smelly. So, like, theoretically, we could use it as, like, a form of leather tanning. Or as part of leather tanning, I guess. Don't I think making a poop cannon would sell millions of copies of the game? No. No, I don't. The Mason has created Rilbet Still? Rilbet Still. Durad Tomem. A diorite coffer, and claims it as a family heirloom. Mostly, I do not want to have to build sewage systems for my dwarves. Considering dwarves only eat once every, like, 6 weeks, I feel like they can't poop that much. Poop was already in Ark. I don't know if that helped it sell more copies. I mean, Ark's a weird game. Great, Padinsky, what up? It's good to see you. Also, hi, Hex. Anyway, it's a coffer. Another one. I've got a lot of artifact coffers in this fort now. Market World, the Bearded Group. I like it. This is a diorite coffer. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with diorite cabochons and encircled with giant sparrow leather and impala wool. And impala leather, not impala wool. And encircled with bands of rectangular diorite cabochons and rose-cut green glass gems. And tapered with baguette-cut tanzanites and iron, this object menaces with spikes of Aslot pulp mines, forgotten beast silk, and on the item is an image of Dusum Standard Murder, the dwarf in Bloodthorn. Standard murder indeed. Definitely not substandard murder. I will put that in the tavern. But purely as decorative? I mean, then like, what's the point, really? If you're adding something purely as decorative, why are you even bothering? Poop mod via Steam Workshop? I mean, they did it in Rimworld. But yeah, I don't know. To me, it would just like add to your refuse pile. Statues are decorative? Sure, but a statue is... No, to me, like, if they were to just add toilets as a decorative thing, it would be kind of like the armor stands issue, where it's like, technically they're just a decorative item right now, but, like, people think they should do more, and it gives people the wrong idea, and I think that that's kind of a bad system. I don't. Uncle... like, I really, really don't. I do not like having to manage sewage systems in games like this. I've seen it in a few different games in the past, and it always just kind of annoys me. No, like, tanning leather is, like, a fucked up profession. Like, it's... I mean, obviously, like, these days, it's a lot... Like, we use chemicals now, right? Like, it's a lot less stinky in the classic sense. But, like, it's a stinky profession for a reason. I have not dropped a single frame. Is anybody getting some weird stream issues? So it's not on my end, if there are issues. It's fine for you? Well, that's good. Usually chat wakes up pretty quickly when there starts to be issues. But yes, no, like, tanning is brains and piss. Brains and piss. Brains and urine. Brains and urine. Where they use the same chemicals as the old days. Ooh, yeah, no, that's gonna be a dirty job. Fuck the dirty jobs guy, by the way. Screw that dude. Terrible person. No, it's fine. It's just like the show's interesting. It's just whenever that dude comes up, I need to just like state that out loud. That screw him. Screw that guy. You know, it's sort of like whenever Elon Musk comes up. It's like Elon Musk is allowed to come up, but also fuck that guy. While I'm just saying people should fuck themselves up, screw Jeff Bezos while we're at it. May you have a dwarf named after you, a smelter or a metal worker? So we have like almost no metal industry in this fort. So I just have a metal crafter. I can give you that metal crafter though. The reason we have almost no metal industry in this fort is because the only metal I actually have in this fort is gold. Oh, I see. This is causing some problems. Just get that lever pulled. But I can give you that one metal crafter. So banish. Expo Banisher? There we go. Banisher, I don't even know her. So you have a pet piggy named Tubal, and you worship Ral, who's the most popular deity in this fortress, who is the deity of wealth. So you worship the deity of wealth. You have two friends, Momas and Vutok, and like I said, you have a pet boar. You don't feel anything while in conflict. Well, that's unfortunate. We're working on this. You're optimistic about the future. Sure. Are you? You're sad because you had to drink without having without a goblet, cup, or mug. Well, that sucks. You suffered a major injury at some point. She has a round chin and her hair is clean shaven. Her ears are tall and her copper skin is slightly wrinkled and her hair is pale chestnut with a touch of gray. She is 82 years old, born on the 11th of Granite in the year 181. She likes Reolite, lay pewter, and cryoprase, and pond turtle bone, fluffy wambler parchment. I don't know how the fuck you'd even make that, but fluffy wambler parchment, and the color cinnamon, and spears and horses for their strength. And the word of the wayward merchants. The wayward merchants. That sounds like something from Cud. The word of the wayward merchants, and the sight of the mirthful flowers. And when possible, you prefer to consume mountain goat and carambola wine, and you hate moon snails. She personally believes that perseverance is one of the highest qualities somebody can have, and has a great respect and values self-control, and thinks friendship is important. Since we're giving out dwarves here, you would take any dwarf offered? Sure, just remind me if I forget. She forms only fleeting rare emotional bonds with others, and she is generally unhindered by thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she finds humor in most situations. She is confident under pressure, and she is an unfriendly and disagreeable individual. She is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she has a strong tendency towards privacy, lacks confidence in her abilities, and she only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation, and she is grateful when others help her out. And she tries to return favors and isn't particularly curious about the world, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She is pleased with her own appearance and talents, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she gets distracted during conversations, and when she's exasperated, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. So the other person who wanted a dwarf here was Alkengi. So you say any dwarf offered. All right, well, I'll close my eyes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dwarf. You get a tanner, speaking of stinky jobs. Olin. Aokinbi. You're a tanner. Is there a way to look up your dwarf's family tree? As long as they're not dead, you just press R on the dwarf. But not all dwarves have a revealed family tree. You may have to look them up in Legends. Yeah, I thought they just came directly into Pudge. Like, I didn't realize, like, they could be made into parchment, but... Anyway, you also worship the deity of wealth. You will be back later, Shenron. We'll see you later, then. She feels euphoric due to inebriation and is vengeful when joining an existing conflict, like everybody. She is 73 years old, born on the 17th of Hematite in the year 190. She is tall and bellarded by great hanging sacks of fat. I'm very sorry. When I talk about an audience member and it's just like, you are very fat. I'm like, I'm sorry. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her head is somewhat narrow. Her eyebrows are somewhat high, and her nose is somewhat narrow. And her hair is pale chestnut, and her skin is chestnut, and her eyes are gold. A fat, dirty tanner. Yep. Mama Tanner, a bellarded Tanner. She likes bismuth, clear zircon, Remy fabric, and the color tan. Well, that checks out. Crossbows and bracelets and puzzle boxes and guinea fowls for their social nature and their intelligence. And you like the sight of the cradled force, or fence rather, and when possibly prefer to consume bayberry wine, pea, and peas. And you absolutely hate bats. She personally can't fathom anyone would want to live in an orderly and harmonious society. Sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and does not really value skills related to fighting, but dreams of raising a family. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Well, good luck raising a family then, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She tends to have little interest in joking around and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She's currently more confident. She is curious and eager to learn and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she can handle stress and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She tenses up when she's nervous, and she mutters under her breath when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Congratulations on not really caring about anything anymore. Let's get all that fortified so we can start mining it. Also, just start making wafers of adamantine. Not awake? Well, congrats on not being awake and somehow typing. Frogfire, like that's an impressive feat. That. Speaking of things that are not awake, the hot potato has raised almost $4,000. And it's been running for an hour and a half. It's pretty great. 20 of those dollars were me. You know, I'm good at this. But yeah, so we're just mining out Adamantine, and I'm trying my best to do this safely. Because I'd rather not lose this fort to demons. I don't mind going and fighting with hell, but I'd rather not lose this fort to demons. It's just kind of counterproductive to, you know, keeping the fort alive and all that. But turns out, like, there's just these big old adamantine spires that are just, like, sticking out. I think there's another one over here, too. There is another one around here somewhere. But there's, like, 4 or 5 adamantine spires that are just poking up into this layer. Why is adamantine dangerous? So some people are really sensitive about spoilers in Dwarf Fortress. I'm not. But if you're sensitive about spoilers, let me know, and then I won't say. But I can tell you if you want. Redacted, yeah. It's like, you know the part in Lord of the Rings where they dig too deep? That. If you're not careful, and you, like, channel straight through it, you might just open up an elevator to hell. Like, a literal extra zone spawns into your map that's beneath all of the other Z levels, and it's actually just hell. Demons spawn in, and they're basically like forgotten beasts, if you've ever seen those, Vogel. And they are just, so you'll just be attacked by an army of, like, you know, 100 forgotten beasts out of nowhere. If you're not expecting it, you get a lot of and symbols, yeah. If you're not expecting it, it can surprise kill your entire fort pretty quickly. Oh yeah, if you're prepared, you can absolutely take them on, but it's a challenge. I'll put it simply. I mean, like, the last fortress we fought with hell, we actually did a lot of damage. We killed, like, a good chunk of them, because a lot of them were like these flying slugs that were made of steam, and there was a bunch that were made of water and a bunch that were made of snow. So a lot of them weren't actually that strong, but, like, there were these ones that are like fire-breathing butterflies. It's like, oh, great. Okay, cool. So there's like 12 fire-breathing giant butterflies flying at me right now. Those are a little bit tricky. I mean, yeah, I one of my greatest forts ever, I built a functional tavern in hell. So, yes, you can in fact get stuff into hell. And then that tavern was assaulted by demons and the whole fort died. But you know, it was a tavern that was functioning for a couple of minutes. Yes, they are procedurally generated monsters, just like the Forgotten Beasts. So you don't know what they're going to be. But if you ever are looking at Legends mode and you see, like, brutes, those are Forgotten Beasts. I mean, generally a lot of forts die due to mismanagement. Because if you're not, if you forget about small things and, like, don't manage your fort well, it's not too difficult to, like, just kind of let things get away from you, and then, you know, eventually everything just kind of falls over. So it's not too difficult for that to happen. Like, that's definitely a thing that can happen. Also, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. D. Shependestra Vogel, I don't even know. Thank you very much, very long username, for the Prime subscription. For the second month. Also, the very first notification of money of the day, so I am officially getting paid today now. Thank you. Hell is a biome? That's like life is a highway, but hell is a biome. Hell is a biome, and I want to mine it all night long. All right, somebody quick, go out there and make that parody, please. Thank you. Hell has floors, yes. But yeah, no, you can build a literal stairway to hell in Dwarf Fort. I can just auto-mine this part. And we also have to write it in Dwarfish, so like nobody realizes that we're actually singing it in Dwarf. Because it just sounds like a bunch of gibberish that people don't know. And a highway to hell and a stairway to heaven, and you can make them both fight. Unfortunately, there is no way to build up to heaven in Dwarf Fortress right now. Ah, dang it. Well, they did post DF News today. I was assuming they wouldn't, but it's pretty small. It's literally just the official announcement that there's going to be official merch. If you've been following the roadmap, then you'll know that Tarn has been busy prioritizing Steam Workshop integration. We're happy to announce that indeed Steam Workshop will be available at launch, and this means that you'll be able to find and install Dwarf Fortress mods. If you're a mod developer, feel free to contact Alexandra at KitFox Games. Chat, if you make mods for Dwarf Fort, go harass Alexandra. Yeah, I want that shirt real bad. I mean, look at it. Look at it. That's actually a really low resolution image. But yeah, it's a rad shirt. Yeah, no, I've had a bunch of people mention that. It's just like, actual dwarves can play Dwarf Fortress on release day while celebrating Finnish independence. But yeah, no, so there are angels in Dwarf Fortress. There's just no way to find them in Fortress mode organically. They're an adventure mode thing, technically. But I can find you some angels in about 10 seconds. This is a location with angels. This is a rutile slab. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The slab reads, I'm Ravolfi Abakable Ravolfi, the last maze. I once of the underworld, by the abyss of gravel I bind myself to this place. That is a location with angels. Here's another one. This slab reads, I am Oskolon Maras through death, starved the ashen grave. Once up of the underworld I bind myself to this place. Yeah, this is another one. This is another one. This is a lost cat. By Angzak Maze Curse, the last cat. I bind myself to this place. But yeah, vaults have angels. Heaven doesn't exist. That's a vault. Yeah, exactly. Maybe one day we'll be able to dig up to heaven. Through clouds. I'm smoothing the outside of an adamantine vein so that I can fortify it, so I can look behind it, so I can see if there's an elevator to hell behind it. It'd be nice to come. Yeah, no, there is no afterlife in Dwarf Fortress. There's just ghosts. Yeah, this is how I'm mining out adamantine safely. It's extra steps, but it means that, like, I literally can't die. Because, like, as you can see, like, I can see that there's adamantine here and not an elevator to hell. Well, it's actually more just like you break into, like, a cave that goes straight to hell. No. No, you can't, Warfu. Hell is just populated with demons. It's not like... Dwarf Fortress doesn't have, like, an angelic afterlife where you can find your dead dwarves. Could you imagine if, like, all the dead entities would be down there? There would be literally tens of thousands of things in it. Now, what would be cool is if you could find, like, engravings of them. No, that would be cool. Hell is just a place where bad things live? Yes. Not a place where bad things go. Because everything would go there in Dwarf Fort. With all of the dead things in hell? Yeah, no, that Yes, when they start haunting you. Absolutely. But yeah, no, there is some manner of afterlife. It's just not a Christian style afterlife with heaven and hell, if that makes sense. Let's see what's behind this. But yeah, this is how to dig too deep safely, which is kind of an oxymoron, but it is in fact true. I know that this isn't what you mean, but whenever I read the word Pantheon, I just think of the League of Legends champion. It's like, I know that that's not what you're talking about, but man, that's what I think about whenever you say the word Pantheon. Also, apparently I need to use the restroom. I will be back in a moment. Oh, hey, perfect. Game decided to save. If you think about it, it should be reversed. Heaven should be deep, and hell should be high up in the air. Digging too deep would be like a Tower of Babel kind of thing. Oh, you mean like building too high? I'm standing up. My legs are antsy. I always am worried like a cable's gonna get caught on something with this thing. Okay, there we go. Blah! Perfect. Yeah, I'm always like mildly paranoid whenever I stand my desk up that like something is gonna snag on something and then just like it's gonna rip like a cable out and then my computer's gonna I'm always panicked. Always afraid that that's gonna happen, and it never happens. But since it's fall, we can smooth more of this. Could also just like wait until all of these have had their strands extracted. I should probably also just make a raw adamantine stockpile up top somewhere. Let's do that. Let's go up here, right here, and just make. It'd be under stone, would it not? It would be under ore. Adamantine. I guess it would be under other than? Raw adamantine, there it is. Raw adamantine can just go right there. You can just put 3 wheelbarrows there. Yeah, it always just takes me a second to find it cross-eyed. I mean, goblins are cruel. They're not evil. There's a different, like, I can be cruel sometimes and just make fun of people, but that doesn't make me evil. And that's the case with these, with a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress. They can be big meanies, but that doesn't make them evil, necessarily. You made some research. Mithril is the elven name, but production was mainly dwarven. Oh, really? Okay. For some reason, I thought that Mithril was the elves thing, and, but I don't know. Never been much of a, or haven't been much of a Tolkien person for a very long time, so. Yeah, goblins are enslaved by demons. Goblins themselves don't come from the underworld. Goblins are just easily convinced to do dumb shit. They're just, you know, unwise, shall we say. Easily conned. Something else we could say. Also, I'm going to be taking part in a thing called Turn-Based Fest shortly after Dwarf Fortress releases, which is just an excuse to stream Path of Acra for an hour, by the way. So there will be a random day, a couple days after Dwarf Fortress releases, where I will be streaming Path of Acra. I want to say it's on the 9th. It'll be like a Friday. But you guys are going to get a couple hours of like random indie roguelike out of nowhere. Which is, you know, always a good excuse to play interesting video games. Mithril artifacts are far from a happier time. Elves and dwarves were from a happier time when elves and dwarves were friends. I just remember, like, you know, Frodo being handed Mithril and all that. Then I think Sting was Mithril too, the sword that they have in. That was the name of it, right? It was Bilbo Baggins' sword. Sting. Kind of silly when you think about it, naming wise. There we go. We're also finally making adamantine wafers. Let's also go here and go to thread. Say no adamantine strand thread, please. And let's make a custom stockpile, and let's go to, where's cloth? Cloth. And then just say no, yes, no. And so I will just put a little one of those right there. So that we can, you know, effectively do that. And then I got adamantine wafers going right there. So that gives us the kind of out of the way all over the place, but finally solved setup for this. So they will remove those from there, put them up there, and that'll be fine. But that'll be good. Do they have cities in hell? No. Actually, I don't even know if the hell tiles are interconnected, because the hell tiles are quite small. I think the hell tiles might be like little pockets from like location to location. Like each location has a pocket window into hell or something. Just because like they can take part in like foot races doesn't make them civilized. Also, being civilized doesn't make you into a good person. I mean, Kim Jong-un can like go around the world in his private jet, and that doesn't make him civilized or a good person. And holy shit, that's a lot of Crundles. Look at all these little buggers. Oh no! An artifact is missing from its proper place. Theft. Crime! No, I don't think it was a kobold. I'm like 90% certain it was this dude. He's the only visitor, so we're gonna stare at you. We got a fucking spy. Yeah, it was probably one of my dwarves that stole it. Then I would assume that Void Hunter is gonna run away with it. But I also need to actually upgrade my prisons, and I keep not doing that, so you know what? Let's do that. Maybe I should I put the prison in the Crundle pen? Finian, what's up? It's good to see you. I could do, and you know what? Nah, let's I'll put it next to the Crundle pen. What's the Void Hunter look like? Give me a sec. Getting a bunch of prison cells, digging out. What does the Void Hunter look like? Straight sparse hair, it's long. Small lobed ears are very flattened. His broad chin is slightly hooked. His nose is somewhat narrow. His eyes are slightly protruding. His eyebrows are quite dense. His nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is white and his skin is dark tan. You crashed, just woke up. You just know that this is going to mess up your night? Wait, what do you mean you crashed? As in, like, you just passed out randomly? As that seems exhausting. Just a normal zombie human? Yep, pretty much. Nothing too out of the ordinary. But, yeah, somebody did swipe one of my artifacts, which I'm totally fine with, honestly. Totally fine with critters swiping my artifacts. It gives me reason to invade people, usually. Everybody needs a legitimate reason to go to war sometimes, right? That or I just need to blame somebody. It's like, my artifacts went missing. Who do I yell at? Who's at fault here? Clearly it's somebody. So I made a bunch of wheelbarrows out of gold, which is hilarious because they're just as functional as normal wheelbarrows. But it's kind of funny because every now and again, like I'll have a dwarf just like carrying a wheelbarrow to a stockpile because they don't like wheel them to the stockpile, they carry them. And so it'll just be like, I'll see like these dwarves just walking really slowly, just like carrying this heavy as fuck wheelbarrow. But then like you'll see a dwarf like this just pushing the wheelbarrow and it'll just be going at full speed. I don't know what that is, Uncle Cuss. All right. Hopefully this will speed up the process of getting Adamantine up to the surface. We can now cut through all this. Do that. Weapon of mass destruction. All right then. I mean, sure. But in Dwarf Fortress, like, a pointy stick is a weapon of mass destruction, so. I mean, I know what a WMD is. I don't know what WOMD is. My brain went to WebMD, but I was like, oh, that's WBMD, what? Your life changed when you started assigning wheelbarrows to small stone stockpiles. Made hauling that much better. Yeah, I'm hoping that like the usability of minecarts in the next version is gonna like make me actually use minecarts for small tasks, because like I don't use minecarts for small tasks because it's just too much of a pain to set them up. But like, because you'll just be able to select a starting location and then select an ending location once premium's out, it's gonna be so fucking nice. It's gonna be so fucking nice. Minecarts were a life changer the one time you were bothered to use them. That's about how I would describe minecarts. Or are they on wheels? So it's the track that's the problem right now. Currently, to make a minecart track, you have to do them literally one tile at a time if you want to construct them, or you have to engrave them on the floor, which is like, then you have to remove the engravings late. They're just a pain in the ass right now. I have no idea, Uncle Gus. I have no idea. I'm assuming not. It seems like a pretty permanent part of Dwarven culture, but who knows? Sometimes the dwarves just do things in strange ways and we just don't question it. And carrying wheelbarrows is one of those things I've just learned not to question. I mean, I won't be talking to Tarn on stream before the next update, right? Like, the game will be out before I talk to Tarn, so why bother adding that to the question list? So, I was about to laugh at something and then it loaded and now it's no longer funny. Twitch just updated their safety and transparency stuff about like moderation and whatnot, which I'll read later. But I got a notification sent to me about it and I clicked it and it didn't load initially. And I was about to laugh saying it's like, we've improved our transparency of our safety and whatnot. And then you click on it and it just doesn't load. I was about to say like, wow, that's really ironic. But anyway, game teleported me up here because, hey, they didn't get really mad at me for destroying 3 caravans. Looks like I need to ban somebody from my Discord for being like an incompetent dolt. What's going on? You? Okay? There? Like, I don't know what this person's on about, but... Yeah, no, I hope that the premium release is enough for most people to get into it. I'm sure it will be. What's that really long string of blood? It's mountain goat blood. Okay, that mountain goat had a lot of blood. Well, we are the mountain home, to be fair. And I didn't do anything, okay? We got sieged after they arrived, and then they left during the siege and walked through my lava trap. Not my fault. It's their fault, okay? It's not my fault that we got sieged. It's also not my fault that they decided to then walk through the enemy siege. That is on them. That is 100% on them. Did I also get a lot of free shit out of it? Yes. Was it my fault? No. I refuse to acknowledge that it was my fault because it certainly was not. Caravan AI improvements needed? Nah, they're fine. It was one of the most epic moments of this fortress, just like 5 flaming wagons walking out of my fort. So I don't know if I agree with that. I think that the wagon AI is perfect. No, okay, so like they were pathing directly out, but the lava was spilled. Like, to give you it wasn't their fault. The way was clear when they started pathing. The lava was spilling and bubbling and spreading and blip. So I don't know if it was suboptimal. They were just going in a straight line and that lava was spraying everywhere. Lava's perfectly balanced. You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I know who the Spiffing Brit is. Never seen a single one of his videos. So I can neither confirm nor deny if that is true. I've literally never seen a single one of the guy's videos. Although there's a lot of really big like creators out there that I don't watch, that I'm just like, ah, yes, I'm familiar with their work, but don't watch them. This dwarf doesn't know what they want. I love how it's just like, bunch of witnesses saw that the item was missing. Interrogate NetJam. Who's NetJam? Well, I think NetJam's a kid. No, you're not. Okay. We're gonna interrogate NetJam. NetJam was the first person to notice that the item was missing, so. Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch a ton of YouTube. Like, I watch some, but not a ton. Honestly, like, for me at this point, YouTube is more just like a way for me to get old, no longer on air, crappy reality TV. Like, I've watched every single episode of Kitchen Nightmares, and now I'm starting on Hell's Kitchen, so. When in doubt, blame kids. I ain't blaming anybody, I'm interrogating. Asking questions, there's a difference. Interrogating is trying to get more information out of a person, whereas blaming would be pointing at them and saying, you did it! The blaming comes later. Sure, but I ain't blaming my kids. No, they didn't do it. Kid dwarfs are good dwarfs. This is probably safe. No, something is missing here. I wonder who took it. Cafe, yeah, exactly. You know, maybe they'll admit, or they'll give us more information, or they won't. You know, it's fine too. I think I can just auto mine the rest of this. Yeah, I should just be able to auto mine the rest of this. Starting to see around it and going, yeah, there's no way there's a portal to hell down here. Well, this one should be safe. Watch there be a portal to hell. Check for... Nope, nothing. All right, so you guys are up here. I'm not allowed to sell figurines. Got it. Got tons of crutches we can sell. Hey, Mr. Mac, what's up? So, training weapons. Sell clothing. Mr. Mac, thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back.
Oh dear. That long?
Yeah, time flies, doesn't it? Kind of wild, actually. Sell all that blood as well. Plenty of random crap to sell them. But yeah, that long indeed, Mr. Mac. Thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? For Mr. Mac keeping that sub alive. And that's the second resub of the day. Second notification of money of the day. Cheers. You know, I don't know if you realize this, but phrasing, impalification. Very much phrasing. I don't need to know when you screw yourself. I mean, you have fun in your own time, but not necessarily important information for me to know about you. Gold crutch. Highest difficulty on the leaderboard is set nearest to 100. Your Jackal did your full HP in one hit. Yeah, that'll happen. Porksy Phillips. I mean, how else are you going to change your batteries, right? But yeah, I've never really messed around with Larn. Larn's one of those games that I've known its existence for a while, but I've never like played it. Got a couple more migrants. We got a trader. In terms of mastering a skill, join the military, please. What you? Your cheesemaker. Aims to create a great work of art. Internal rage. Uses it fearful in the face of imminent danger. Okay. Then in that case, grab a pick. An armorer. You like that emote? Yeah, Animal did a great job on it. My follower emotes are all MS Paint variants of my normal emotes, which is very entertaining. To me, anyway. I'm pretty sure I don't actually think I have a torque screwdriver. So you're sitting here going like, those are superior. I'm like, sure, but I'm pretty sure I have more Allen keys than torque screwdrivers. All right, I can turn the pump towers off though. Oh, nope, that's the do not pull lever. Do not pull the do not pull lever. Very clearly states do not pull. It's a good thing I wrote that on there. There's been a couple times I've queued up jobs on the do not pull lever and then like realized it afterwards. Let's bring our trader down. It took a whole like 10 minutes for you to draw both of them. Like you spent like 5 minutes on at least one of them. But yeah, no, the whole rule about those emotes was they had to be based on my emotes and they had to be terrible. And they had to be drawn in MS Paint. Was the rule that I set for them. And then I was originally planning on like rotating them out, but all of the follower emotes became way too popular way too quickly and everybody really likes them. So I'm like, well, I guess we'll just keep Crypt Sappy, Crypt Burr, Crypt Plurk, and Crypt Knockoff, and Crypt High. Although High is actually like a well-drawn emote. Because the person who drew it's actually like really good. Just need to work on the strength for your shoulder. Hell yeah. My dad might be getting shoulder surgery because when he was a little kid, he fell out of a tree and probably broke his shoulder. And only is just realizing now why he doesn't have full movement of his arm. Like he can't lift it higher than this, basically. And also he has like this big old lump on the back of his shoulder that's just been there for years, which is like the bone that healed improperly. So it's just like, been thinking a lot about like shoulder movement and stuff and just kind of going like, did I break any bones when I realized it? Just dad things. Yeah. I mean, like I fell out of a few trees and hurt myself pretty bad when I was younger. And like fell off my bike in weird places that was like, ow, that hurts. And then I just kind of walked it off and like just forgot about it. Like I definitely did that a good number of times when I was little. So it's like, now I actually do sit here and wonder, it's like, giant elephant meat. Well, the dwarves have giant elephant meat. Thus meaning they must also have giant elephant. Although I'm pretty sure that that's not true. But we're the mountain home, so I can't request specific things now, which kind of sucks. Oh shit, we actually have a queen. A king. Minor shoulder surgery took 2.5 months before you could lift your arm properly. Ugh, that sucks. On the bright side, in my dad's case, it's his left hand, and he is left-handed. So, but he's relatively ambidextrous. He can swap between. Making adamantine wafers, and then we can get short swords up in here. Sure, but like the difference between an elephant and a giant elephant is like the difference between a short bus and a semi-truck. No new information was revealed after Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, the exalted luxury and captain of the guard, interrogated NetJam Jr., so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, like, there's sperm whales in Dwarf Fortress and giant sperm whales. Kenran, thank you very much for the prime sub for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Beers. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the 3rd sub of the day? Back from dinner? What'd you miss? We're mostly just, like, talking about hell and mining adamantine, and I stood up at some point, so I can walk away now. That's all, really. Just kind of mining adamantine, chilling. Made a couple stockpiles. Managed to get that Beak dog dead, if it was still alive when you were here. But yeah, mostly just making adamantine strands and being... Oh, that's also part of it. Yeah, just making adamantine strands and being annoyed at the fact that, like, they're not showing up in the right stockpile where they're supposed to be. But, you know, it's fine. Thing above this. What? Let's make a bar/block stockpile up here. For everything but adamantine wafers. Because I would like... I would like to actually have access to my blocks in a way that isn't just cluttering up all my workshops. Also, whoop. Oh, never mind, I misread that. I'm also in need of finishing up those prison cells that I started. They seem to be smoothing them, but they are not doing what I actually need them to do. I may also have to start slaughtering Crundles now, because I have a lot of them. Turns out, these little fuckers multiply pretty quickly. They're like bunny rabbits. We're gonna start slaughtering Crundles. Hopefully we can get tame Crundles, though. These are all just trained Crundles. I'm going to forbid... Oh, sweet. They've already forbidden them. Or I've already forbidden them. Waiting on more Crundle eggs to hatch. Should roughen them. You want cells to be as nice as possible so that dwarves actually improve when they go to prison. Unless your goal is to, like, make your dwarves more pissed off when they go to prison. Which, that's never my goal. My goal is to make the prison cells as nice as possible, so. You can't get tamed Crundles? Aw, sad. I thought that you could fully domesticate them. Oh, well. I mean, I've trained them. They hatch fully gone? Oh. Well, yep. That's unfortunate. We need baby Crundles. Clearly. They are in fact cute, yes. You needed an N at the end there, Mr. Mac. Plotlin. Also, if you hit tab, emotes autocomplete. Also, if I kind of phase out of existence and like stare at something, it's because I'm probably reading something that got added at me or DM'd at me, because I am helping manage some parts of Hot Potato right now, which is a big charity marathon for Rimworld that's happening currently, that a friend of mine puts together every year. One of my teammates does. Currently, they've raised $4,183 for Doctors Without Borders in about 2 hours. Pretty good. Pretty good. I did just get a wall of text DM that I just had to skim. You can have hatched ones run through a trap gauntlet. I mean, I guess I could do that. You could automate it with like any kind of non-grazing animal, a chain, and then a couple pressure plates, right? But I don't know. I'm mostly just farming them for their eggs. Although I'm kind of sad that they can't be war trained. I feel like Crundle should be war trainable, because like I'm just like imagining like the idea of just opening like up a trapdoor and just like spreading out a whole bunch of things. And just suddenly, hey, there's a swarm of 150 Crundles you need to kill now. And then they just splatter them all up against the wall, but it's not like they'd live very long, but I wish I could war train them. And then give them like little knives, you know? Like the way kobolds work. But I also wish that I could train kobolds, but literally never gonna happen. Sad face. Their claws king. Oh, I've definitely lost dwarves to Crundles. It's just rare. It's like, you died to a what? Whenever it happens. It's like, what did you do? It's like, oh, it scratched them, like, on the head, and it, like, destroyed the brain somehow. It's like, I mean, they do kind of have, like, similar levels of claws to, like, Wolverine almost, too. Like, they do have really long claws. You got spaghetti made? Madras, I don't know what Madras is, but which is nice and spicy. Good. Not the kind that gets worse every bite. Yeah, I like a heat spice. Like one of my most successful rounds of sauerkraut that I made this year was made with chili peppers, which was good. Again, wasn't like burn your mouth spicy. It was just warm. Also, a new Long Dark DLC got announced, by the way. I mean, my initial thought was that it was a brand, but if it's, I mean, I know what curry paste is, so that's probably not too different. Also, completely unrelated to anything, but did you guys hear that the co-creator of Sonic is currently got arrested for insider trading in Japan? You guys hear about this? Like, not like accusations, like actually got arrested. But yeah, Yuji Naka's in prison. I don't know how long he'll be in. Guy wasn't going quick enough, yeah. Wasn't a hedge fund. No. No. No, they heard about some It was like, while they were developing Balan Wonderworld, there was some future investments that their publisher was making into another game development company, and they're like, "Hey, right before this game's announced, we should buy shares in this studio," and they did. But you know, so there are some people throwing around accusations and theories that Maybe it's because somebody at Square Enix really didn't like Balan Wonderworld and was like, hey, we should all invest in this. That'll be fine. Anyway. Or Wonderland, whatever it's called. Yeah, a bunch of people got arrested. It's just funny that Yuji Naka's also in there. And there's been like rumors that like part of the reason that game sucks is because people just didn't like working with Yuji Naka. And so I kind of like the conspiracy theory that they just kind of screwed him over intentionally, but it's kind of destroyed when it's like, oh, also a bunch of people at Square Enix also went to prison for the exact same thing. So it's like, man, darn it. There goes my conspiracy theories. I really hate the fact that my hunters are just hunting cavies. Because all it means is that I don't need it. I don't need to do that. I keep doing that. Because all that it actually means is that I'm going to have a lot of cavy skulls everywhere. Sink the ship to get the captain? Pretty much, yeah. Did he trade with Dr. Robotnik? I can't remember the name of the studio that they all bought shares in, but... Alright, so this is going to be our bar block stockpile. First of many. Multicolored metal. I can't wait for holy metals to actually do something in the game. I can't wait for, like, even if we can't craft it, which I know we won't be able to, I cannot wait until we can do stuff with them fancy metals. It's gonna be fun. All right, so a bunch of dwarves are gonna run in here and they're gonna move all them bars up here. I'm actually like getting a couple depressed dwarves in the fort now. Also, I was gonna make rose gold goblets. And also, I'm gonna assign... crafting a masterwork someday. I need somebody who just wants to be around family. Dream of mastering a skill. I need somebody who would make a good tavern keeper. What are your social skills there, dwarf? Very bad intuition. Well, how about you will be our tavern keeper? Go serve people drinks. You're looking forward to working orders being fixed up, especially all them item properties. I'm looking forward to just all sorts of little things. Although honestly, like when people are just like, "What's the feature you're most excited about?" Genuinely, the thing that I'm most excited about with Premium Dwarf Fortress is just being able to build on floors. Being able to build a wall on a floor. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so excited. So excited. Chef's kiss. Exactly. Yes, just... build on floors. Thank you, video game. But yeah, also, just a reminder to anybody in chat who makes mods. Y'all might want to go look at the most recent Kit Fox news update. Purely because in the update it states, if you're a mod developer, DM Alexandra to get your mod on the workshop. I don't know if that goes for tile sets as well. I wonder. Or send her an email. Which means probably rip her DMs, but... That's got to be a hell of a thing, just like attaching an email address to a Steam announcement like that. It's got to be a lot of things that you get. You know, okay, so I get some strange comments sometimes. But I just got this one about 17 minutes ago on one of my Dwarf Fortress shorts. And it's really funny. Like, sometimes you can just tell that, like, oh, I see. My shorts are getting served to people who've never seen Dwarf Fortress before. Because, like, I don't even know how to respond to that. It's like, what is occurring? But it's like, I'm so used to just like, what the fuck is going on? Or what the fuck? Or what is this? What are all these letters? And like kind of mean comments, but just what is occurring? Not one that I normally get. That's a new one. Magic. It's the flying goblin all the way across the sky. It's the dwarf getting launched by, it's the goblin getting launched by a drawbridge clip that I have. I just think it's funny. It's like, what is occurring? There's something about that line that's just funny to me. If only I knew. I don't know what that is, Uncle Gus, so I wouldn't get the reference in the first place. Alright, I need Adamantine, which is right there. I want to know what dark metal is. There we go. Adamantine's actually finally starting to show up here. They've finally transported it up. Hell yeah. Remove your other jobs. Also remove your mining. Dark metal? I suppose. Turn off the lights and listen to metal. I mean, I do that almost every day. In an accent, they say, what's occurring? Huh. Yeah, no familiarity. Hair? My hair is currently down, so does that mean that I put it back up? Or do you want me to keep it down, Chris? This world has a popular form of music for a different faction called future metal. Which is, like, obviously just, you know, random word and random word, but... Up works? Okay. Now my ears can cool down because I don't have hair on them for a little bit. I'm like weirdly like out of it today. I don't know why. I feel like I just got hit by just a wave of fatigue. Maybe it's because I didn't sleep well last night and I woke up an hour early. Hour and a half early. Still training stray Crundles. Good day, Pablo. Those things. Slaughter all these. Slaughter a couple more Crundles. Vampire in the house? Oh, maybe. If there is a vampire in the house, it's just me, though. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's time for me to sit down, though. All right, chat, get on my level. Not always. I mean, I stream for 12 hours-ish when I stream, so, you know, it's good to stand for an hour or two of that. Not healthy to sit for as long as I do most days, so. Gotta take a break from the sitting every so often and stand for a bit. Your legs will thank you. And you know, I have a standing desk, so might as well stand from time to time. Stand until I fidget or my knees start to hurt, and then it's time to stop standing. Prison cells going in. Give me a little cell block. Is that a cat or a... No, it's a Crundle. Is that a cat or a Crundle? Is a question I'm going to be asking for a while. Okay, so for bars... I love how it's just like metal bars, yeah? And then also soap bars. Such a good menu. Adamantine wafers, 38. All right, so add a sword. 10. Let's just start making adamantine swords. Make 10. Of course, nothing compared to the wall of adamantine that Haas found. Still not a bad set of spires down here. Candy swords, yep. Everything is overly specific in Dwarf Fortress. Everything. This is not limited to glass. This is just Dwarf Fortress. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is hyper-specific. What do you mean? What's the point of DF that players would miss? Look like actual candy weapons? That's a good idea. Just like holiday themed weapons. Just imagine let's like a candy spear is just a candy cane. Candy sword is like a gummy sword. Yeah, but like what's the point that they'd be missing? I guess Mr. Mac is the question. Yeah, exactly. How else would you like have bars of like high quality unicorn soap? Yeah, I mean, like, it's a single-player game. Like, I guess, like, maybe the... maybe the question could be, like, grown to, am I worried that, like, people are gonna try and play the game wrong or something? And I don't think it's possible to play Dwarf Fortress wrong unless, like, you've modded your dwarves so that they can eat people and then you're just, like, make a weird cannibal colony. Then you're probably playing Dwarf Fortress wrong. If it would make Zack and Tarn sad, then you're probably playing Dwarf Fort wrong. But aside from that, like, I don't think there is a point to miss. You play wrong all the time. God damn it. Look at you playing the game wrong. Nah. But no, generally, like, I genuinely don't think that there is a wrong way to play Dwarf Fort. And I don't think that there is a point to miss. I think, like, am I worried that some people won't see all of the content? I mean, that's unfortunate, but not everybody plays every single thing that you can do in a video game. That's not totally true. Some night creatures do as well. Were creatures do as well. NGMat. And elves only culturally eat, like, dead after wars. It's kind of like, you know, how the Mayans would eat the hearts of their dead and whatnot because they'd gain their power. It's like a religious thing. I played a mod for the holiday last year which added a bunch of playable factions, including these goblins that were, like, ruled by a Krampus. and they were called ice goblins. And they were just goblins, but blue, basically. But, like, the whole shtick of them is they were supposed to be, like, Santa's helpers. And it added, like, candy cane weapons and Santa hats and a bunch of other random items. Of course, in, like, the current game, it's just, like, it's just flavor text that's written, right? But I was going to say, also, I'm pretty sure goblins butcher sentience and also eat their own trolls. Also, this is what I mean by managing a charity stream from the back end, is I've just been informed that somebody is swapping with somebody else because of computer issues. Unfortunate. Trolls are like goblin sheep that can fight? Yeah, pretty much. Let's do that, and these. Just digging over to this spire, and then we'll build stairs up underneath it. I mean, like I said, is troll. I honestly wish that goblins had ogres as friends more often. Ogres are just kind of a rare-ish spawn, I find. You don't see them very often. I really like fighting ogres. Ogres are kind of cool. And they're just not a very common adversary. Which makes me kind of sad. I like fighting them. Yeah, the only goblin law is don't care. Does not give shit. Considering, like, the demonic goblin rulers will just go on murder sprees for fun. Like, it's just a recreational activity. It's like, what are you gonna do? Oh, murder 50,000 of my own citizens? Solid Monday. Ogres can appear in certain haunted biomes. Yeah, I know that they only show up in certain places, which is why they are, like, kind of rare, but the number of actual times I've been invaded with goblins that have armies of ogres is, like, I can count on, like, one hand. And whenever it happens, they're always, like, kind of a weirdly large threat. It's like, oh god, there's so many of them every single time. What, the ogres want to make flesh art? That's also something I kind of wish. I wish that they would, like, actually make mounds of flesh or whatever, or what have you. Like, I wish that if I visited one of my old fortresses, like, the described piles of grotesque mounds would actually be there. Because I find those things kind of fascinating in concept. It's just, oh, yeah, no, they actually, like, you know, make these weird bodies and piles of bodies and have rituals around them, but they don't actually do that. It makes me kind of sad. So I'm going to put some floor hatches in here in case I do accidentally dig too deep, at which point then I could just lock the floor hatches. It's good to have a backup plan. Speaking of backup plans. Gorlak, but no dragons. No cave dragons. Sad. By explain, I was about to say, like, you should use the like, I have a feel I don't think goblin thong rot will ever be as notorious as, like, cats dying in taverns, but to me, I actually think it's funnier. Like, cats dying in taverns is just kind of sad. Where it's just like, oh yeah, no, a bunch of cats have died in taverns due to an old bug. But goblin thong rot is like, so if a dwarf puts on a thong, it's like the way you start that sentence, and there's something about that that's just chef's kiss. It's pretty good. So if a dwarf puts on a thong, then they want to put on another thong. And when their first thong gets old and it falls apart, then they get really sad because then they don't have a thong anymore. It's just kind of a mess. The absurdity of it? Yeah. No, like, it's just, it's funny because it's like, it's beyond absurd, more so than the cats. Because the cats is just kind of sad. It's like piles of dead cats in the tavern due to alcohol poisoning. It's like, well, that's impressive on a simulation sense, but also, it's just sad. Of how the bug occurred? Yeah, it's only fun with the context of how the bug occurred because they just added poisons and just added stomachs and digestive systems and also just added cleanliness. So it's like, it was just like this comedy of errors. Whereas like, Goblin thong rot, it's just really funny. It's like, oh yeah, no, leaving underwear near a dwarven fortress is a form of psychological warfare. It's like, what? It's like something out of like an 80s slapstick comedy parody thing. This kind of reminds me of like the time that my older sister tried to explain Rimworld to my mom. And her attempt was literally like, it's like The Sims, but everybody has guns and sometimes they eat each other. And my mom's like, well, that sounds horrible. I'm like, you know, like, this is the fastest way to unsell mom on this, right? Which, like, is not wrong. Like, it's an accurate description, but... Although the way I got my dad interested in Dwarf Fortress is I just sent him a link to the MoMA exhibit, which is actually like a really good way to get like parents and stuff, or older family members interested, or people who don't like pay attention to video games at all interested in Dwarf Fortress, is just point out the fact that it's in the Museum of Modern Art. Like literally just send them this, which is a very white page right now. This page. If you send them this, they might be more immediately interested. Speaking of Rimworld, the hot potato is currently going on, and Kiri is the first person who's taken it so far. This is a 5-day-long charity event where I help organize, and from the well, I don't help organize. I help manage the actual event while it's running, and I help the person who organizes it when she needs help. So if you want to, you know, support a great cause. I mean, she's raising money, right? She's got an invisibility hoodie on and a mustache. So I'll give you guys a link in a sec. I mean, she's raised $3,714 for charity in 4 hours. So yeah, she is in fact having a time. She's still the Dwarf Fortress Steam release. I mean, she'll be playing Dwarf Fortress on release day too. I'm actually curious to know what like all of my team friends think of Dwarf Fortress when it releases. Something I'm very curious to see. Dark Curie? Nah. Dwarf Curie. Yes. You know, you should go make that meme. Just the just the push away and then the meme. It's a pretty good meme. It's one of my favorite, more recent meme formats. Guess we can just dig through this. Is there a dwarf format of that meme? Just go to like Midjourney or something and generate like a dwarf version of that meme template. just use some stable diffusion, you know, and just like make it into a meme format. That actually is one of my favorite uses of like image generation, is just generating meme formats of like other images. It's like, I want like this meme format, but I want it to have this character instead. It's like, I want troll face, but it's actually just Oscar the Grouch. You use it to just make fan art, sort of. Glass making demonstration. Constructing buildings. Extracting strands. Hell yeah. What's the name of that meme format? I don't know. Genuine statement. I don't know. Nah, yeah, is the meme. I mean, it's this one. Yeah, it's literally just Drake going yes or no. It's from one of his music videos, is it not? But yeah, I saw I've seen a couple of Mid-Journey variants of that meme. None with dwarves, though. Oops. Do not want automated this. One time you tried generating Weird Al Yankovic fighting Thanos. Just made a bunch of weird Thanos Yankovic more. So you wanted like an image of two characters like boxing, but instead you just got like, it's Weird Al Yankovic but also Thanos? Speaking of Weird Al Yankovic, I watched the Weird Al movie. It was pretty good. If you happen to have a Roku, I recommend watching it. It's not great, but it's Daniel Radcliffe being weird as all hell for like an hour and a half, which is pretty entertaining. And honestly, Daniel Radcliffe has had a pretty good post-Harry Potter career. You're expecting it to be terrible? Can I splurt out some slight spoilers for that movie? Because it'll explain why it's not terrible in like one sentence. Like it looks kind of bad from the previews, but I don't think anybody, if you actually give a shit about spoilers for the like Weird Al Yankovic movie, like I'll put my hand down when I'm done with the spoilers, okay? So you can mute until I'm done putting my hand down, okay? So the whole shtick of the movie is it takes place in an alternate universe where they're not actually parodies, and those are all the original songs, and the artists that are writing the song like Michael Jackson's Beat It and all that stuff, those are the parodies. And it's just him slowly going insane because everybody's like profiting off of his music. It's very funny and very good. So anyway, that's the end of me spoiling that movie. So yes, you should watch the like it's dumb in the same kind of way that like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure is dumb, but it's Weird Al Yankovic. And also, it has Weird Al in it. He plays his own, like, label manager. So he's like talking about how his own music is crap in the movie. He's like, nah, that song sucks. It'll never sell. That kind of stuff. So it's like, it's actually pretty amusing. So, and also like it's a Roku exclusive. So if you happen to have a Roku, it's worth watching. But also, what's up, Benjamin? How's things? So not the gas-passing corpse film. No? What? Netflix adaptation win. I mean, probably never. Roku kind of don't get along with Netflix super well, from what I can tell. You still love the bit that he did with Huey Lewis from Huey Lewis and the News? I'm not certain I'm aware of which bit you're referring to. I've probably seen it, but... I'm gonna use my emote for the meme instead. Okay. Or whatever for the Dwarf Fortress release. I mean, yeah, it's not to call you out, chat, but you guys have grown in size like 2 times since. Like, there's twice as many people watching my stream on average, which has been nice. It's actually kind of funny. You look at my like stats on Twitch, and it's just like, boop. So it's nice to have like 100+ people watching again. It's been a long time since then. Since I last had like an audience this active. But I mean, that part's really nice. It's also like kind of stressful because I don't know when I'm getting key for it yet. So I'm just kind of sitting here going like, could be any day now. Yeah, well, I mean, when auto hosts were still a thing, I had an average of like 70 to 80. And then Twitch killed hosting, or Twitch killed auto hosting and made it like completely irrelevant, and then that hurt me by about 20% and brought me down to like 60s, and then they got rid of auto hosting entirely, and then I went down to the 50s. I was basically like a 50 viewer average streamer for like a year, which kind of sucks. Also, yeah, if anybody in chat makes mods for Dwarf Fortress, go email Alexandra because they're working on getting mods onto the workshop early. I don't think that'll get you early key, though. I think it'll just be like okay, send me your mod. Or they'll give you access to the workshop. I don't know how that works. Oh. I mean, just remember, Dwarf Fortress is the 15th most wishlisted game on Steam right now. And the 18th most wishlisted game on Steam, which just released a couple days ago, which also has like bad reviews and doesn't look very good, had like almost 90,000 players over the first night that it was out. So, you know, also Dwarf Fortress only needs to sell 70,000 copies for both Zach and Tarn to get just under $1 million to split for Christmas. So I'm sure it'll do just fine. Oh, the hosts are irrelevant at this point, Xade. Hosts are irrelevant. They killed hosts. Like, that's the long and short version of it. And that hurt my channel heavily during that time. So. But no, like, when Rimworld released from early access, I had an average of, like, 150 to 200 for a good 2 to 4 months. That was where I got partnered ages ago. Yeah, oh my good God, exactly. Like, actually, I wonder where we're at now. Top, like, it has more followers than some Dark Souls games, which is crazy, too. Obviously, like, you know, top followed games are, like, a little silly, but, like, just for reference, it's like... What's it? It's like page 4, I think? No, not quite page 4. Page 5? Where are we? Where Dwarf Fort? Chat, we have more followers than Bless Unleashed. We have more followers than Dark Souls 2. Although, admittedly, I don't think that many people need to follow Dark Souls 2 for updates, but we have more followers than Farming Simulator? More followers than Crusader Kings 2? Yeah, no, like, it's gonna do just fine. Don't settle for less? No, I completely agree. Dwarf Fortress will sell 500,000 copies in the first month it's out, I think. This is it's a bad comparison, but the comparison that I've just been constantly making is if The Wandering Village can sell 100,000 copies in its first week of release, so can Dwarf Fort. If The Wandering Village can sell 100,000 copies in like 8 days or whatever, so can Dwarf Fort. Dwarf Fort can sell a lot more than that. So here's the thing. No, it's not, Benjamin. I straight up, I directly asked Zach and Tarn if they're at 1 million wish lists because I assumed they were, because I received a email from another game that was in like the high teens of games on Steam that claimed that they were over 1 million wish lists. And so I straight up asked Zach and Tarn that, and them and Kit Fox all state that they are under 1 million but close to 1 million. Yeah, Manor Lords is like ridiculous. Although Manor Lords is a game that I'm still like worried about because like it feels cool. And that demo was neat and like half built, but feels cool, but I worry that game might be more style than substance. Speaking of games that sold a lot of copies in the first week, Slime Rancher 2 sold 300,000 copies in the first week. That's just fucking Slime Rancher. Dwarf Fortress is going to sell at least 1 copy. You know, I would match that bet. Dwarf Fortress will in fact sell at least 1 copy. I guarantee that. 100%. Cute small slime. Cute small dwarves! Come on, man! Cute small dwarves. Cute small crundles. Cute small... you know. You know, as a content person on the internet, I would be okay with that, because it would mean I would probably get a lot of views. Slime Rancher is great. I'm not throwing shade at Slime Rancher. I'm just trying to like put it into perspective of how many, like, popularity perspective at how many copies Dwarf Fortress could theoretically sell. Slime Rancher 2, as far as I know, is just like, it's Slime Rancher, but bigger. The environments are bigger, the areas are bigger, the amount of stuff you can have is bigger, the game runs better. There's more space and stuff to explore, but largely the same game, from what I can tell. And a new story. Because, like, the first Slime Rancher is actually kind of short for that type of game. Slime Rancher, but they had a bigger budget, basically. The slime is bigger. They just embiggened it, basically. The ranch is bigger, the slime is bigger, the gun is bigger, the map is bigger. The rancher is actually bigger. I mean, I'm an elf apologist, so we welcome elf apologists here. What do the elves do? There's lots of people who like to ironically be like incredibly mean to elves in Dwarf Fortress. But elves are just kind of like fanatical religious eco-terrorists, basically. Like, if you damage the trees, humans are eviler than elves in Dwarf Fortress. Elves are just like, they're basically just medieval PETA, basically. If you destroy the trees, or if you chop down too many trees, they ask you rudely to stop chopping down trees, and if you keep chopping down trees, then they stealth attack you and, like, try and murder you. So, But no, elves are great to trade with because they bring you giant animals and unicorns and rare food types. But they're also kind of a pain to trade with because you can't sell them any products that include wood, or they will, again, immediately attack you. Or not immediately attack you, but go after you and get mad at you. What's up, Smiley? Also Pranian as well. The Lorax, but with arrows. Yeah, actually the Lorax is a good example. The Lorax, but also cannibals. What's the game? This is Dwarf Fortress. This is the game that inspired large portions of Minecraft. And a game that helped cause Fortnite to exist by association. Yeah, they can make loincloths and thongs, but dwarves will be able to make loincloths and thongs in the next update to fix that situation. So thong rot will no longer be considered psychological warfare. Can't really tell what you're looking at? Well, it's a fortress full of dwarves. We have dwarves running around. That clearly is a Crundle. Not to be confused with kittens that look identical to Crundles. Crundles are a tiny underground monster with large claws and horns. They have 2 legs and are dangerous when encountered in large numbers. I mean, you may not be able to tell what's going on, but do you understand what that is? This game's coming out on Steam soon with actual graphics, so normal people don't have to go, bah, it's scary! They can see pictures instead of the glorious ASCII. Epic Store logo, yeah. And there's also this one, but this one's a little bit more unique. Did I build that with glass? It's glass. The green is glass, the yellow is gold, the red is blood root, and I think diorite for the ground. Yeah, diorite, gold, bloodthorn. And then the rest of this is glass. All of this is glass. Well, except that's lava. But this is all glass and then gold. How much is it diamond? Diamonds are really rare in this game. Like, hard to find. Unless you're talking 2 diamond. But this game will be releasing for $30 or your regional equivalent. $30 USD. Which is kind of a steal. But if you're wondering like why I'm jumping through layers like this game's actually fully 3D, which will make a little bit more sense if I zoom out and go to the surface. This game's fully 3D, right? So this is one layer. This is another layer. This is another layer. And this is another layer. This is ground layer. So all of that black stuff that you're seeing over there on the right with the red thing in the middle, that is like dirt that hasn't been dug out yet. So it's kind of like playing flat Minecraft, if that makes any sense. But with a huge colony of dudes. So because it's a fully 3D game, you can build these huge expansive bases, and there's liquid physics and water physics and all kinds of other fun things. Also, this version of the game is completely free. Well, also, all of the like entities in the world are processed as 3D objects. They have scale and weight, size. Yeah, but generally if somebody pops in and they go, what is Dwarf Fortress? I also will assume that they don't know what Dungeon Keeper is. Because no offense to people who love Dungeon Keeper, but Dungeon Keeper is an old people game. And so if you tune in and you go, oh yeah, no, this game's completely free, Xade. Dwarf Fortress is 100% free. You can just go download it. Just go download it from their website, bay12games.com/dwarves. Is it hard though? It's obtuse, but it's not hard. If you've played any kind of colony builder before, it's certainly not hard. But there's 3 modes of play in this game, actually. There's Fortress mode, which is what we're playing right now. Adventure mode, which is a single-player open-world RPG where you get to wander around your generated world in a single-player open-world RPG format. And then there's Legends mode, which lets you read the history of the worlds that you generate, which is expansive. Thousands of named characters, all with histories, backstories, and like goals, and lives, families, and friends, and all kinds of fun drama. I mean, I like Dungeon Keeper. Dungeon Keeper is great, but yeah. Anyway, it also generates creatures, angels, demons, forms of religion, forms of poetry, music, songs, types of musical instruments, Factions, wars, randomly generated creatures. I generally just assume that if someone hasn't heard of Dwarf Fortress, they probably also haven't heard of Dungeon Keeper. Even though Dungeon Keeper is a good example. Unless, like, they tune in and go, is it like Dungeon Keeper? In which place then I will go, yes, it's like Dungeon Keeper, kind of. In the sense that you're building a thing underground. That's a sentence. I'm a fetus. I don't know anything. TV. I'd be really curious to know how your mother got you an internet connection. Oh, you were thinking Dungeon Mans? No. The benefit of, like, text-based games is you can add things really quickly, and you don't need to worry. I'm sending this to Kiri. By the way, I'm forwarding this meme to Kiri. Diamond. Quality. I approve. Stray Voracious Cave. I should really just slaughter this thing. It seems to forget its training super frequently. Also, speaking of randomly generated creatures, most of my silk in this fortress is coming from this, which is a huge eyeless elephant. It has 3 long hanging tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its cobalt hair is short and even. Beware its webs. It's a giant, like, elephant creature thingy that shoots spider webs at these dogs, and then I harvest the silk to make cloth. They untrained faster when caged? I don't know, but I don't want one of those to go untrained in the middle of my fortress, because that seems like a really good way for a lot of dwarves to die. Shit, so many Crundles. Yeah, it's semi-wild, which is why it keeps going evil constantly, which is kind of annoying. So go to YouTube and look up this guy. That name that I just typed into chat in regards to drawing stuff. He illustrates his playthroughs with crayon drawings. He's also one of my patrons. So I like the guy, you know, bit biased. Canadian Pagan, thanks for the raid. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Canadian Pagan and Raiders? And way less depth. Rum Rusher. The Canadian Pagans are invading. Quick, give them beer. Then they'll forget that they were attacking us. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you very much for the raid. To everybody coming over from Canadian Pagan, my name is Blind, and I stream way too much Dwarf Fortress and sometimes other things. Dwarf Fortress is releasing on Steam in just a couple weeks here. I mean, looking at the thingy, 12 days and 17 hours, I think. Unless, like, 12 days, 16 hours, 55 minutes, and 29 seconds. Jesus, that got close all of a sudden. Anyway, yeah, so Dwarf Fortress is releasing on Steam soon, so things have gotten a little exciting over here. But I hope that your stream was good. What were you playing today, Canadian Pagan? To anybody coming over from Pagan stream, could I was there anything particularly fun that happened today? And also to anybody who was here, always got to give a fellow Canadian a follow. Click on that heart. Give him a follow. Canadians got to help Canadians. As a Canadian. My team approves of your meme, by the way. Diamond. SnowRunner? Hell yeah. I was so bummed out by SnowRunner. Like, I wanted to, like, in theory, I should love that game, but I'm a really, really, really big fan of Spin Tires and then Mud Runner, but SnowRunner just, like, added progression for progression's sake in a lot of places, and it just made me really sad. I never got into it, but glad you've been enjoying it. I know it's also, like, far and away the most popular game that's ever been in that franchise, so it's also, that part is nice to see, but. Let's get the rest of my archers, or crossbow dwarves, training. Or get some more of them training, ideally. You actually have the stuff equipped that you need. Iron crossbow. Roll leather quiver. How goes the fortress? Things are pretty good. Just chipping away at a couple real big adamantine spires. Making everybody fancy rose gold goblets, which is very, very, very fancy. What else have we been doing? I've been meaning to rebuild the tavern for a bit because it's too small. Also been doing some gaudy projects like this Epic Games logo, and which is just what I'm calling it now. Also, this down here, this Kit Fox Games logo. So, you know, I've been making some vanity projects in this fort, but you know. Oh, actually, I've been breeding Crundles. So I've got a tame Force of Darkness down here, which I should give them more nest boxes so they can lay eggs faster. So we're farming Crundles for their eggs. Let's make 10 more. Been years since you've been this excited for a game. I'm trying to think, when was the last time I've been this excited for, like, a release on Steam or something? I would say MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, but that's not true. I was very excited for MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, but I was also very much expecting it to be shit. And then it came out and it was not shit, impressively enough. It was just not terrible, which was also kind of disappointing. So, Kingdom Hearts 2? That's a time and place. What is the last... you know, actually, Battletech, I think, was the last time I was this excited for a new game. Of course, like, the other, like, MechWarrior-related game that's come out in the last ages, but... Yeah, I would honestly say Battletech was the last time I was this excited for a release on, like, Steam. Maybe Jupiter Hell, actually, but Jupiter Hell also, like, released into early access and released it because they needed money, not because they wanted to release or were ready to release, and that meant that the release was kind of rough because of that. Like, that was kind of a harsh release that they had. Like, it was not optimal, to put it simply. Add a shield. Let's do 30 adamantine shields. Is what we're going to start up next. Crundles by the bundle. Crundle bundle. It's like Humble Bundle, except they steal your money and don't give it to charity because they're evil. For anybody who's curious, Crundles look like this whenever this loads. There it is. These guys. Here is a Krug Smash art of Crundles. And here is another art of Crundles. And here is another art of Crundle. So they're basically like these little red dudes that have horns, and they're very, very evil. And they're about a fifth the size of a dwarf, so they're like, I don't know, maybe yay big. Like they're just like short little red devil lizard people things. They look like demonic toad people. That's not too far off. Yeah, they're pocket demons. Yeah, they're pocket demons. Who doesn't want like their very own pocket Satan? I'd love my very own pocket Satan. They're just very loud and fun. But Canadian Pagan, are you going to be streaming Dwarf Fort when it releases? Exposing yet more poor children to this wondrous video game that will run on any PC, just not well on any PC. Also, I have been thinking about humans. So these guys, this human faction, the Sacrificial Nations, have been attacking these dwarves over here. And now that my lava towers are fully ready for war, quite literally, they are ready to burn. I'm thinking that we're going to help our dwarven brethren from afar and go after these humans. What do you think, Jack? I just need one that has some good artifacts or something at it. No artifact. Oh, there's one. Okay. Kill all. Well, that's very non-discriminatory of you. Pillage, then burn. I think we'll sneak in first. You don't butcher them, then you're... I mean, that's their actual, like... What's the word? Plot against you. That's their evil plight, is they're trying to make your frames fall over. Well, no, dwarves have noticed dwarves need help from afar, and so thus the dwarves are going to defend the dwarves. Let's increase the priority of this. They're just hungry for frames. They can't help it. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I'm not blaming them. I'm also hungry for frames. I want my frames to go up, not down. Because everybody wants frames to go up. Drink their booze and kick the cats. I think you're confusing Crundles with gnomes. Speaking of like little critters that I love in Dwarf Fort that are, I wish I had more interactions with. I wish that I had more interactions with gnomes in Dwarf Fort because gnomes in Dwarf Fort just amuse the hell out of me for some reason. We're gonna make a couple extra crafts dwarf shops down here, just so that we can get these rolling a little quicker. No. Still no dragon. Sad. Oh, definitely. I mean, it's just like when dwarves fell into the lava in this fort earlier. You know, we had the perfect opportunity to sing a song like "We Will Ride into Fire Burning Hot, just like the night sky." Urist rides in fire, burning hot because he's on fire. Very, very creative lyrics by me. Not so terrible I wouldn't even consider it parody. It's terrible. Also, I need to memorialize Farana, who fortunately hasn't started hunting us yet. Very nice of them. There's those craft store shops. But yeah, so like to anybody who hasn't seen the premium version stuff yet, just go look it up on Steam. Or type in !DF and click the link, because this game's UI is going to be completely different. Ah! Farana. So one thing you remember with raiding is you can chain up multiple raid missions and change them later. So you can say, conquer a site and then send more dwarves over to attack the site again, even though you captured it, or set an empty site mission and then ask for tribute, so you could order folks to go over there and give you stuff. Yeah, no, totally. You can you actually have quite a bit of control over like things that you do with sites that you raid and take over and whatnot. I just, I like doing things one at a time. You get confused easily. Yeah, and then and premium's also gonna have a tutorial. I mean, like this is what it's gonna look like. I mean, this version will cost you money. It'll cost $30 instead of like free. But I will say this, if you buy Dwarf Fortress, you are buying a game that's been in development since 2002 and has a very, 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 very dedicated fan base. It's not like it's going to stop getting updates or anything silly like that. And considering adventure mode will be added into the game after, a couple months, you'll also be getting basically another game when that releases. You were not even defeated. Yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress has been around. Oh, there we go. A vile force of darkness has arrived, and my squad hasn't come back yet. All right, cool. A force that is both vile and dark has arrived. Is this drawbridge down? Yes, it is. That bridge, pull that bridge. Well, hopefully it's not too big of a deal. Looks like most of my dwarves are just inside right now. Let's pull this lever. Right, so we are under attack by goblins, although it doesn't look like it's that many. Do you think you will need to play the tutorial? I mean, that's up to you, really. I mean, I will probably play the Dwarf Fortress tutorial. Not because I think that I need to play it, because I'm pretty sure I don't. But I will play the Dwarf Fortress tutorial just, like, to get an overview of the UI. Yeah, that, and this is also one of the reasons I'm attacking the humans, is because the goblins have started sending really small sieges. I think they're running out of population. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. Pretty sure my peasants could kill you. Sure, I wouldn't say that Rimworld is comparable mechanically, but it's comparable in that you assign jobs to people that do jobs for you, and one of the reasons I think Dwarf Fortress has this allure of being an absolute nightmare, complex, like, hellhole of a video game is because games like this didn't really exist. Like, there was Dungeon Keeper, and that's kind of it. And Dungeon Keeper is very different mechanically. And then there's, like, RTS games. But colony management games where you, like, have to keep them fed and give them you have to make them beer, keep them all liquored up, give them all bedrooms, and give them jobs. Like, those concepts for video games didn't really exist. I mean, like, I guess, like, there's Sim Ant, but Sim Ant's, like, a very different thing. And there's, like, even The Sims has stuff that's, like, in common with Dwarf Fortress. But then there's also the part where you have 200 people, usually, in Dwarf Fortress. And I think that just because these types of games have gotten more common over the last 10 years, which they have, like you've got things from like Oxygen Not Included, which has some ideas, but is completely different in its execution. You have games like No Moria, you have games like Odd Realm, you have games like Rimworld, you have games like, I mean, even stuff like Songs of Six, that are completely different, but also share enough similar ideas that once you know that you need to, like, if you sit down and you've never played a colony builder before, the Beaver one, sure, that's more of a city builder, but if you sit down and you start playing a video game, I mean, actually Going Medieval is closer. If you sit down and start playing a video game in a genre that you've never played before, you first need to learn how to move the camera, right? Like the first time you ever play a first-person shooter, it's like, how the fuck do I move around in this environment? And you have to sit there and figure it out for like 20 minutes. You have to spend a period of time learning the controls. But once you know the basic concepts of a first-person shooter, you can play any first-person shooter pretty much. Like you can pick it up pretty quickly. Same kind of thing goes for like colony builders and games like Dwarf Fortress. Once you've played a game that takes at least one or two ideas from it, the rest of them are a lot easier to learn. And that's the situation that Dwarf Fortress is in now, where it's like, yeah, 30 years ago it was like damn near impossible to just sit down and be like, I'm gonna learn Dwarf Fortress today. But that's only gotten easier as time has gone on because, like, you know, people have played one or two games like it, so they thus have a much better idea of what they need to do in the long run. Yeah, apparently, Chubbs. I don't know, because I've played many, many games like it. I guess it depends on how quickly you can learn games and whether or not you look at the wiki. Without the wiki, a very, 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 very long time. With the wiki, a couple hours. Fiddling. Also, hi, Chubbs. How are you? Good to see you. Get over here, Inul. No, Dwarf Fortress is not hard. You know, one of my favorite screenshots I've seen of Dwarf Fortress in the past several years was there was a photo on the subreddit that was posted, and I can't remember the exact title of the post, but it was like something to do with like all of you guys complaining that this game is so difficult. My 11-year-old has a functional fortress in under an hour. It's just like this tiny little like 11-year-old girl with pigtails just like on a netbook just fiddling around with Dwarf Fortress. Like, man. Wasn't too bad once you figure out food and booze is taken care of. Yes, no, absolutely. Once you get bedrooms, food, and booze all sorted out, it becomes a lot easier to manage. Like once you just get the basics sorted, it becomes a lot easier to manage quite quickly. And you thought you were hacking stuff? You know, genuinely, people who think that don't know anything about what coding, about how coding works, or what programming looks like. When people look at Dwarf Fortress and they're like, this looks like computers, like management software. It's like you've clearly, like even when you're running it in just pure ASCII like this, like clearly you've never seen an Excel spreadsheet because that's nothing like what this looks like. Okay, my dwarves are back. See how this attack went. The Room of Savants slipped into tricks reigned undetected by the beautiful band of sacrificial nations. The forces of the Scorching Lobster, that's us, searched there. We stole some books. Wizard's Guide to Probing, everyone's favorite book. A Wizard's Guide to Probing. Classic, timeless classic. The Human and More was stolen. First the Denial, then the World was stolen. These are all books. Contested Crypts. The Hidden Meaning of Ores was stolen. What else do we get? The Fated Ghost. Book about one of my mods. We also stole Treasure and Livestock. What do we get for Treasure and Livestock? We got a horse, a copper high boot, and a green glass rust rule. Rust rule. All right, so where are my dwarves at? Hopefully they can get back into the fort. Okay. Run into the fortress, dwarves. Run quickly. Fortunately, though, they've turned into a squad. I'm pretty sure these dwarves could just kill all those goblins anyway. What is a rust rule, though? It is a mid-size handheld cloth-stringed instrument. with a ceramic yoke and a glass body. The strings are, so anybody who doesn't know about this game, these are all randomly generated, and each world has like different, each faction has different musical instruments, right down to like kobolds have little drums. The kobolds make instruments and they make little drums that they play music on. And then they also, each faction in each culture has their own music that they play on their own instruments, and there are written descriptions of the songs and how the songs are written and what the songs sound like. Obviously, the game can't play the songs for you, but it can describe what they sound like. My friends are like, how can you play this with ASCII? And you're like, I don't know what else to tell them. It's like, how do you play anything, right? Like it's like, my favorite question that people ask me, Pale Tuna, is like, how do you play this video game? Or how do you see what's going on in this video game? And my response is just like, with a computer screen. You doofus. What's up, Hex? The instrument has nearly 5-octave range, going from a mid-low to an extremely high pitch, and it has 4 registers. Low register, graceful, mellow, heavy timbre. Okay. The top register begins at a high pitch. The yoke is made from earthenware, the sound chest is made from green glass, and the strings are made from jute. And the plectrum is made from macadamia wood. Nice little musical instrument, that. With a computer, yes. I mean, how else would you play a video game that runs on a computer? Be weird if you were playing it with, like, I don't know, something that wasn't a computer. Definitely not a power glove. Never played Dwarf Fortress with a power glove. You might need some hamster wheels to go with that potato, though, because, like, don't let this game's, like, old school graphics fool you. This game does actually use a lot of computing power, and its world generation is used to benchmark cores on CPUs. The Dwarf Fortress world gen speed benchmark is always one of my favorites. A lot of benchmarking sites use Dwarf Fortress to benchmark. Because this will be improving in the next version, but currently, if I were to just generate a large world with a long history, that could take like 4 or 5 hours. All right, so the squad of goblins are coming down here on this end. My dwarves are up here, which means my dwarves are probably just going to make it into the fort before the goblins get to down here, which is good. Although, otherwise, my dwarves will just kill them. I want to show you guys my towers, so I really hope that they just get into the fort. Although, these ones at the back here might not. But yeah, no, hopefully that the hours of world generation won't be a thing anymore, because they found some bugs in world gen where it was self-referencing itself, which caused it to slow down heavily. Yeah, and it being multi-threaded wouldn't actually make the game run better just because of how the game is written. All right, sweet, that's all the dwarves. Just got in by a hair. Come on, dwarves. Run. Faster. Should be good. Yeah. Although, technically, Dwarf Fortress runs on 2 cores. Thousands of years of history, takes a while to generate, yeah. Oh yeah, no, Dwarf Fortress runs on 2 cores. The UI runs on 1 core, and the game runs on a 2nd core. Or the first core is for the AI, and then the second core, the UI runs on, which is why, like, you can have a pretty low frame rate and then just, like, hit this screen and it runs perfectly. So. Yeah, the original game is called Armok, and the website where you download Armok looks like this. I actually have an install of Armok right now because I needed it for a video that I just made. You know, when new people pop in, I should just link an introduction to Dwarf Fortress video now. But anyway, this is what the website to download Armok looks like. When people are just like, man, Dwarf Fortress's website, that's an old, weird, out-of-date website. It's like, sure. Oh, hey, also, look at this. Parn put up a news update. Steam and itch. I should probably pause the video game so that, like, goblins don't walk in my fort. So the Steam and itch update is approaching. The first part of the month is going to be the Steam Workshop support ready. That'll be available on launch, and I'll have a more technical information written up in the future devlog coming in the coming days. Ooh, that's exciting. There wasn't enough time to finish off the issues with Classic or convert the arena, so we're locking down a releasable version with minimal changes as well before December 6th. They should follow shortly after launch as they'll be our main focus. Okay, so Classic will be shortly after launch. We'll get those out as soon as we can. I wrote last time with the Classic releases, and we'll always be simultaneously with premium releases, as well as new game features. There's a bit more information in the most recent, an email just her name for the modders. Okay, so, right, yes. Neat. Cool. Yeah, who? Who? What? When? Where? Why? Me? Weird. My YouTube channel? Really? No. Look at this influencer sucking up to developers. Gosh, what a guy. There will be 2 versions from now on. And the only difference is the free version won't have the fancy graphics and won't have the fancy soundtrack. Largely, the paid version of Dwarf Fortress is just a graphics pack. Not sucking up enough to get a key. They haven't given me the game yet. It's out in 12 days. Or is it? Fuck, it's out in 12 days. There's the free one and then the pretty one. Yeah. $30 for Dwarf Fort. Yeah. $30 are your regional equivalent of $30. So, you see these goblins, yeah? How do you feel about Pop-Tarts, chat? What if we toasted these goblins like they were Pop-Tarts? Because that's what we're going to do. Oh, yeah, I need to buy Peggle. Thanks for letting me know about that. I'll do that after stream. I need to buy Peggle. I need Peggle in my life. I've been, like, weirdly needing Peggle again. Everybody needs Peggle. Oh, I gotta pause for a second and pull the lever that isn't the do not pull lever. The do not pull lever is a bad lever. Do not pull the do not pull lever. So instead, we will pull the other lever that's right next to the do not pull lever on the other side of a wall that says pull, which is gonna turn these towers on. Well, you did the you were the one who went through and grabbed all of the hotkeys, right? Pull the lever, dwarf. Actually, I got several levers to pull. So we're gonna pull the green bridges, which will allow us to correctly demonstrate Dwarf Fortress physics, probably with this dwarf with this goblin in a few seconds. So Dwarf Fortress physics happening in right about whenever that dwarf. There you go. Did you see it? He hit the ceiling and his clothes flew off. That's funny. Okay, that's fantastic. The spinning iron gauntlet. His own armor did damage to him? That's fantastic. The Goblin Spearman skids along the ground. That wasn't him skidding along the ground. That was him hitting the ceiling. But it's deflected by his leggings. The Goblin Spearman's upper body takes the full force of the impact, but it is deflected. And then he falls back down. The Goblin is caught in his pool of lava. Yeah. Whenever you show up, there's a Goblin seed. Maybe you're a vile force of darkness. You never know. Anyway, let's burninate the rest of these guys. Hey, goblins. Do you like burning? So what this does is it releases these floodgates up here, which then do that, and then they all do that, because liquid physics. Anyway, siege? What siege? I don't know what you're talking about. I think that this siege is pretty hot right now. I gotta be honest. Like, I mean, look at them. They're pretty hot right now. No sign of getting cooler. Okay, so let's pull that lever, and that lever. Fire resistance potion, yes. Isn't fire resistance potion just taking a shower? And then I can let this dwarf out so you can go get your booze. But yeah, this is how I accidentally torched one of my wagons, was like the these green bridges down here. Like, it went to pass down along the green bridges, and like the lava was there, and it flooded towards them, and then yeah. Let's just remove these burrows so the dwarves are free. And now that that's done, we can go attack the humans again. Lion took. What's the name? Go to the one that. This is the one that has stuff at it. Tricks reigned. Let's raid Tricks reigned, except we are going to pillage. We're going to openly attack them this time, instead of just, you know, showing up and being like the pride. We're going to actually attack them this time. We're going to queue up the extract metal strands jobs again, because I just want to have proper queued up ones instead of just these ones that I did manually. Did I ever finish making those adamantine shields? No. Okay. Because it's too busy foraging goblets. I mean, that's fair. Goblets and gold crutches. I haven't even started those nest box yet. And some prograde fire retardant. And, oh, you mean like when you fall into the lava, Wade? Yes. I was like, why did you just get covered? I wrote that as I just got covered. I was like, what? 200 and 500 C, so it could help a little. Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like we have things that can keep you from dying if you fall into a pit of lava immediately, but it's still not recommended for your long-term health regardless. Steel shields, steel caps, eye boots, probably a named weapon. Where's your axe? Iron mail shirt? Yes. Oh, I see. There it is. A bronze battle axe. Has 4 kills with it. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Problem is, a lot of these dwarves have named their weapons, so once they're named, there's no way in hell we're going to be able to get them to do more. This one menaces with spikes of horsebone. Autumn all beaches? Autumn all beaches. The shattered route. Cyclops killed. Yeah, no, this one got killed a Cyclops in 256. As well as has been used by. I love, my favorite part about this is that it says who's used them. It's like 3 kills that this Axe Lord has gotten within, but accident used it previously. It's like, I love that detail of how it's just like, oh yeah, this other person used it before. Also, this horse is only just as making it into the fort. Slaughter that. All right, let's get back to mining adamantine down in the basement. Still just kind of high-key hoping that wow, this is actually going to be a really deep adamantine spire. I'm just kind of high-key hoping that more goblins show up next time and the humans attack us. I should be able to just mine through this. It's famous last words. It's like, you've drank the become water potion, jump into lava, and then turn into obsidian. Your fort just got a necromancer? Oh, that's fine. Necromancers are just dwarves with weird hobbies. Also, if you want a tease of what the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack is like, and also want a countdown timer for Dwarf Fortress, you can go to twitch.tv/gremlinfromair. which in 12 days, 16 hours, and 20 minutes, the game will release. First migrant wave? I mean, like I said, they're perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. We're just generating art images of dwarves now? Is that what we're doing? I'm offended by the fact, Diamond, that you haven't posted a single image of a gremlin yet. No gremlin pulling a lever. Yeah, same. Rum Rusher. I kind of just wish that necromancers were like vampires, which is I think like their intended way. They're supposed to be like vampires, where like they don't. I don't want them to be like I don't want to immediately be aware that they are a necromancer. You know, I wish that they hid their identity, like vampires do, so they would just show up as a normal dwarf, and then suddenly there's just like zombies in your kitchen. I would much prefer that personally. Also, chat, for those of you who like the Steam News videos, do you guys think that there's enough here for me to make a video out of it between this and the Bay 12's post? I think I'll be making it tonight. Even if it's just, hey, modders! Why not? Because, like, sometimes videos are just, like, non-content, and I kind of don't like that. I guess, like, there's also the merch stuff. But the fact that they're reaching out to modders now and saying, hey, if you mod Dwarf Fortress, send us send us an email is interesting. Why not? Just milk the cow. I don't know, man. I don't like clickbait, and I don't like non-videos, but I guess it still technically counts. Could post a short. I wouldn't be able to fit all that in a short. Well, actually, no, I could. But I also don't like making shorts, so I would rather just not make a short. I mean, I could, but, like, it's fucking Zoomer content. Too much of an old man for that shit. Just gotta talk super fast? I mean, I can do that. You gotta hawk some zebras? What? What does that have to do with buying video game? Two-minute video at 1.5 speed. You know, I've had some people say that they thought that my YouTube videos were at 1.5 speed because I do have a habit of talking way too fast sometimes. To a point where it like actually becomes kind of difficult for me to even comprehend what I'm saying before I say it, which can be difficult when trying to plan sentences while babbling. Like, I have to force myself to talk slower when I'm streaming. Because you can't rewind shorts. Yeah, I don't like shorts. I understand why they're popular, and I get why they get views, and like I understand why people like them, but it's just scripting? What's that? I've never scripted a video in my life. Fact. I keep getting compliments about the scripting in my introduction to Dwarf Fortress video that I put up, and it's like, you think I scripted that? That's cute. So, you know. I do think that's quite amusing. That would take more work? Yeah, exactly. Like, I know enough about Dwarf Fort that I can just kind of regurgitate information about it. It's kind of ad-lib, and if it sounds like shit, just delete it and do it again. Which it usually does, and I usually do. Yes, there is also that. Ugh. Also, the video I'm referencing is this one. The introduction to Dwarf Fortress video. Dwarf Fortress, an introduction, which apparently some people thought said, Dwarf Fortress, an addiction. And I was like, well, not wrong. Inaccurate, but not wrong. I mean, yeah. Like I said, not wrong. Let's mine out all this. My pillaging has returned. My pillagers have returned. The Rim of Savants attacked the beautiful band of the sacrificial nations and the dwarf Serral Bolt Mountains. The Riddled Oracle of Ears. That's a hell of a title that you've been given. Led the attack, and the defenders were led by the human Quinair Bunch Delight. A Bunch Delight sounds delicious. Chat, I'll take two. The dwarf's tactical planning was superior to the human, but the defenders had a slight positional advantage in Trick's reign. So purple text bad, but I will be skimming this to see what we're fighting with. With a human. Blue text is good, yellow is neutral. White is also good. We're hurting some humans. Uh-oh. Linual Page Caves was struck down. We lost a dwarf by Kiwan. Danger Summit. We lost a dwarf. And Zuglar, Oil Blazed, was also struck down by Uva Tattoo Fungus. I definitely don't want Tattoo Fungus. Have fun, Audio. Arcades are fun. Really happy I went to the Pinball Museum. Well, it seems to be going. Uh-oh, that's bad. Dwarf Dodic. The Tufted Moral's right upper arm was ripped. Got a bad injury. This is quite the brawl. Quite the brawl. The Serral hatched a stunning strategy, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. So the tide has turned on us. We are now on the positive side of the fight. It was pretty even initially, but seems like our planning has gotten better. There's trolls here? Huh. These humans have trolls. Weird. The Scorching Lobster looted treasure in Sieves Livestock. What do we get? 2 female peacocks, a male peacock, and a kestrel. Like we beat up their birdery. We stole some paper, a lead cage, and a copper shield. I guess it's not on the map yet. And purple to be injuries? It might be by default. I don't know. That's just the way my colors are set up. They're Pea Ranch. They're Peahen Ranch. I don't want to know anything else about a Peahen Ranch, chat. Golly golly, thanks for the raid. Chat, if you're looking for more dwarfy content, Golly golly's got you. Chat, could I get a round of beers for the 3 raiders? Please and thank you. Anything exciting happened today in your fort? just mine out this. We're, as you can see, plucking away at Adamantine. We're making shields and swords. Fighting with humans and are now officially at war with some humans. The sacrificial nations. Who had been trading with us previously, but they thought it would be a good idea to invade the other dwarven civ that's close by. And, you know, dwarves gotta help other dwarves. Yeah, my dwarves are doing quite good. You know, taking down. A couple of dwarves yeeted themselves into lava earlier, and that sucked. But, you know, is what it is. It happens. Sniper, hello. How are you? It's not a fun death. It's fine. The dwarves don't... Okay, so the dwarves don't realize that they're on fire. There's many thoughts and, like, statuses the dwarves could be in. And many things can cause pain. But if a dwarf is on fire, they don't actually notice. So a dwarf could be, like, burning to death and just, like, walk away and, like, just be totally okay. Which is kind of funny because, like, you know, they could lose an arm and just be screaming in agony. Or they could just, like, catch on fire and, like, be sitting in a puddle of lava and they're burning and they're like, yeah, what? What's up? I had a beer earlier today. It was good. So because they don't actually have any thoughts about being on fire, I would say that burning to death is one of the least painful ways to kill a dwarf. Also, burning can be very healthy for a dwarf because, like, it's also, like, it's essentially just a high-powered liposuction plastic surgery because they... so, Dwarf... Okay, back up. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have an HP system. Dwarf Fortress processes dwarves as 3D objects with skin, blood, muscles, tendons, bones, teeth, hair, fat. Am I missing anything? Internal organs. And then all of that stuff. I mean, I might as well be in the middle of one already, Sniper, but I read one recently, so I don't have much to read. So essentially all that jazz. But on top of that, they all have different densities, strengths, and boiling points, melting points, and all that. And for some reason, the melting point of fat is lower than the burning point of skin. So fat melts and bubbles out of their pores before their skin catches on fire? Oh yeah, nerves and cartilage. Yeah, that's the other one. That's what I was thinking. So before any of their body catches on fire, their fat melts and dries up, basically. So if you set a dwarf on fire for a really short period of time and then dump water on their head, it's like super fast liposuction. I don't recommend you try it. You'll probably just burn a bunch of dwarves to death. But also, because they don't realize that they're on fire, it's painless. So it's not only super powered, high-speed liposuction, it's also painless. Simultaneously is really cool from a technical standpoint, but also really fucking creepy that from a that's in a video game standpoint. Yes. Yes. No, I mean, yes. It's just similar to, like, you know, if a dwarf gets mad enough, they will rip other dwarves apart and make them into, I don't know, a hat. Rolf, what up? How's things? Super fast dwarf liposuction is a great sentence to come in. Well, I aim to please. Truly do. Also, Hezcore, are you in chat? I swear I saw you type something earlier. In regards to not liking the font in Dwarf Fortress, hit F12. It sets it to this font. you don't like the default font, just hit F12. Do you have any idea why 20 cats died in the last 10 days in your fortress? No. Why did 20 cats die? But I have no idea why. Came home from work to relax? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, yeah, maybe did first of spring roll around? Because things only die of old age on the 1st of spring, and maybe a whole bunch of cats all turned 15 or however old they get. Like, if the game just updated, then, or just rolled over to the next year, maybe that's what happened. I mean, like Smithy just said, like, the game is free. You could just play it. And it's kind of like Minecraft in that there are dozens and dozens and dozens and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different tile sets. So if for some reason you're like, yeah, I want to play this, but I also want like it to look more like a modern video game, you could absolutely just have that. Besides, games like this are kind of phenomenal because they are, you know, it's not true to say that anything is endlessly replayable, but when it comes to this is really replayable, these games are far more replayable than what I would describe as the average video game. Finally heard back about a thing that was offered the other day, and it's Call of Duty Warzone. It is fucking games for kids. Best part is Dwarf Fortress is only a handful of megabytes. Very, very small install. You've been having tons of were creatures in your current fort? Oh no. You once read all the lines of a werebeast encounter and you segregated dwarves that were infected and it killed everyone. Only a little Chiron locked in a room with chickens. Of course with chickens. Were they playing make-believe? I would have like tried to expel the kid and see if you could make it survive. So, Frog, can you read that sentence to yourself and then rewrite it again in English? Because did they talk that the team version would bigger? What? Like, I don't know what you're trying to communicate to me here, sir. Good morning, Satchel. How's things? I wish Tarn would write a book on implementing simulation like Dwarf Fortress. I wish Tarn would do a lot of things.
Twitch letting me share this twice, I guess. Crip think.
Hey man, it just makes me think I'm making money twice. That's cool. No problem with that. Thank you very much for the, what, 4th notification of money of the day? 4th resub, 33 months. Means a lot. There's plenty of elephant spider webs here. We can open this up. This is true, Pink, yes. There is no limit to wishes. Tarn hasn't written a book. Tarn and Tanya Short have edited and organized 2 books, which are basically just like collections of chapters written by different game developers on different parts of like proc-gen game design. Oh no, that dwarf just got webbed. And probably just ran off in fear. Ah, giant elephant! Need you to pull this lever, you dumbnuts. At least some of them are getting in there. It's a really good way to scare the piss out of your dwarves, by the way. Yes, Classic's going to get the new UI. The free version, although as of today, we know that Classic won't be out on launch day, which is a bit of a shame. But Classic is going to end up looking something like this. There's procedural generation in game design, which I don't have with it. There's also procedural storytelling in game design. They're very expensive books because of the publisher. That like $8 soft covers. Not a fan of, but okay, no, fuck it. Let's just lock this door. I just need someone to get down here and pull that lever already. That's a non-point discussion because it's just not something that's gonna happen, Diamond. I feel like that would be very shitty if they were to do something like that. And also it would be very not Bay 12 and very weird. And I would probably like send Tarn an email and ask if he was okay. Yeah, too much whataboutism. Exactly. Yeah. Have I met the brothers in real life? Have I met Zach and Tarn? Well, not only have I met Zach and Tarn, but I have evidence that I did that. Bah! See? Evidence! It's a terrible photo, but I have evidence. See? I've had beers with Zach and Tarn. There's a nicer picture on the Kid Fox Twitter. Alright, there we go. Just wait until these dwarves have done that. Itch.io has a Mastodon account. Can you link it? Actually, is it literally just like... Now I want to know what the domain is. I want to know what their address is. That hair? Yeah, Tarn only cuts his hair when... well, I mean, I also have long hair. But Tarn only cuts his hair when... new versions of the game release, and because a new version hasn't released in, I guess, since 2020, early 2021. It's been a while, so his hair's a little messy. Normally, he would also not cut his beard, but because beards make masks less effective, and that's been kind of the part of life since pandemic stuff, he continued shaving the beard. Oh, it's at gamedev.place. Oh, wow, it must be new then, because that gamedev.place is pretty recent. Neat. Well, I will go follow itch.io at gamedev.place. Also, if you're an Uber nerd like me, you can follow me at blindIRL at mass.to on Mastodon. Because fuck Twitter. Kind of wish that you still had the plane packed glitch in this game, the game. The plane packed glitch. I don't know what glitch you're talking about. From which bug you refer? cat's look at this cat. This cat just destroyed a valuable resource in the form of that web. Gosh. Why do we already have white hairs? Well, my grandma was completely gray by the time she was in her mid-30s, so it's not uncommon. I mean, I have a lot of gray hair. It's just all underneath this side. Oh, where they would just like set the self-referencing images that would just go on forever. Okay, I know what bug you're talking about now. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, bugs that make the game worse. I don't know about that. But I have gray hair because it runs in my family and also stress. Most of the gray hair I've accrued has come from long periods of me completely overworking myself for various reasons, which I've done on and off over the years. Also, JJM Jim is holding the hot potato now, and he's on Twitch front page. 7,000 viewers. Love it. They're what, at almost $5,000 for Doctors Without Borders already? Hell yeah. Good luck, Jim. Go make us proud. Then I need to DM somebody in 2 hours and be like, get ready. Hot potato soon. For anybody who's wondering what I just tabbed over to, there's a Rimworld charity marathon going on right now that I am doing a little bit of work assisting with the behind-the-scenes management of, which I've taken part in the past, but don't anymore. Kind of let people who still enjoy playing that game do it now. Yeah. So I'm kind of halfway paying attention to that. And last year, as a group, we raised, it was about $85,000 US for Doctors Without Borders. So this year, we're hoping to hit 100,000. You've read somewhere that if you place a dwarf in a room full of carved faces of the dwarfs, it dies. Is this a hoax or true? That is definitely a hoax. That is, unless you mean like they starve to death, because if you locked them in that room, yeah, they would starve to death or die of thirst. They would also theoretically go insane if you left them there long enough. But does it die? No. That's just completely false. Although I've heard plenty of stories about Dwarf Fortress in the past that I'm like, that's. It's like that one TV show where what's his face goes, that's not true. We made that up. What the dwarves like to eat? Food. Plants, meats, cheese. But dwarves have their own personal preferences. I once saw a dwarf that preferred to eat spiders, which is hilarious because that you can't cook spiders. So, you know, dwarves have their own personal tastes. Plump helmets, mushrooms, yes. Like, let's just select a random dwarf. What do you like to eat here? This particular dwarf, who's Moses, hates mosquitoes and prefers to consume giant cardinal and white-spotted puffer and banana beer. They independently organized a biting demonstration. You probably still have the training location active. Even if they're disabled, they'll still go there if the training location is active. What is this dwarf like? This dwarf prefers to consume red-winged blackbird and mango wine, and hates hamsters. This dwarf up here prefers to consume brown bullhead and pearl mullet beer, and hates lizards. I too hate Elon Musk. Jonathan Franks, that's his name. Man, that show was garbage. The memes are pretty good, though. Also, isn't that show coming back? I remember, like, seeing something about that. God. I'm not gonna lie, like, the thing that I'm gonna miss the most about Twitter when Twitter inevitably shuts down and ceases to be a relevant social media platform, is the Annoyed O'Brien and Picard management tips, and I can't remember the Riker. Oh yeah, Riker Googling. Those three accounts are incredible. It's literally just dumb Star Trek pseudo fan fiction. It is the best. And they all like respond to they're just a bunch of automated bots and they respond to each other all the time. That's very funny. Mango wine does not sound unappetizing? No, it doesn't. Certainly doesn't. There's weirder drinks in Dwarf Fortress like Gutter Cruor, which Stone could probably give you a pretty graphic description of. Disgusting, disgusting beverage. Oh yeah, and also like pig cheese. Do yourself a favor. Do not look up pig cheese. Because yes, you can make cheese from pig's milk, but because their milk is too, what's the word I'm looking for here? Because their milk isn't dense enough, it turns into like this weird stringy goop. It's unpleasant. Yep, it's literally just like gutter gunk. There's also, sewer brew, which is a thing humans like for some reason. Also pass on head cheese. Or like, purring maggot cheese. One of my favorite, like, details about the premium version of Dwarf Fortress is that purring maggot cheese is a 3-frame and it has a 3-frame animation on it. It's like, oh, yeah, no, you can see the maggots moving. That is all. Oh, yeah. You know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely should make a DF News video tonight, because I can also tell people to go vote for Dwarf Fortress for the Labor of Love Award. Yeah, that's good. That'll be fine. Now you all know that and all you need is a fish that likes cheese, and you got yeah, pretty much. Also, Krug Smash finally got back to me about promoting the Dwarf Fortress for Labor of Love Award on Steam. This is probably safe, right? You know, actually, I'm suddenly having second thoughts. I don't want to risk my whole fort. Yep. It's really fun when you start Googling random crap in Dwarf Fortress because you discover so many weird things exist. Like, you find like, I learned what pineapple opals were relatively recently because of this particular fort. And by the way, pineapple opals, cool as fuck little gems. They're like fossilized, like, crystals, essentially. Cool as hell looking. Like, look at these things. These are so cool. To the point where it's like, I'm not the sort of person who's just like, I'm going to buy a crystal and put it on my, like, shelf, but I kind of want one of these because these just look rad. Like, look at these fucking things. They're so cool. Anyway. Also, you'll get a there's a legendary DF tale about how somebody finished or passed a high school geology exam having done absolutely no studying or homework, but they had been playing a lot of Dwarf Fortress. Very cool and expensive. Yeah, right? Sad part about the expensive bit, but yes. Turns out crystals and stuff like that can be expensive. Blooming Onion Gem Edition? Oh, I don't know if that makes it worse or not. Kind of does. I'm so happy high school's done. Never want to do that shit again. Yep. Knocked the 4 on my numpad off my keyboard. Turns out people on Discord tend to spread off of Discord from time to time, yeah? You know what I mean, Sniper? Also, how you doing, Metalhead? Good to see you, man. Phycod, who I'd forgotten about, has begun a mysterious construction. What all have they grabbed? Bloodthorn logs, diorite, Crundle bone, tanzanites, bloodthorn logs, clear garnet cabochons, and stray horsebone. Sorry, why are you? Oh, I know what you're doing. Okay. You're the weird person from the Bay 12 forums. Pretty sure there's a lot of us. Like, although I'm a weird person in the Bay 12 forums because I don't post. Like, at all. I technically didn't graduate high school, so I wouldn't be able to go to one. Technically I did, but technically I didn't. It's one of those, like, technically, but technically I didn't, but then I did. I didn't, but then I finished it. I didn't graduate, and then I took the tests, and then I graduated. So I dropped out, and then anyway. I went to, not my prom, I went to my ex's prom. That was fun. They played some good songs. Honestly, though, the food was good at that thing. Like, we just kind of stayed away from the dancing and just kind of hung out in the corner and chatted with friends, and then, like, ate a lot of food because it was like a buffet, so. I don't know what and most of that means, Fallen Kingdoms, but that sucks. Hopefully someone picks up the mantle. Why is that weird? That's like how science is done. You have to pick up the animal before you can study it. So why is that weird? Some animals you will never touch, like blister beetles. I mean, I would never touch any kind of poisonous or venomous animals. Like, I would never touch a, like a, I just want to say danger noodle. Never touch a rattlesnake. Yep, JJ's next on potato. And he's on pure front page, too. He's got 9,000 concurrent right now, 9,900. Which is pretty great. And they've cracked 5,000, which is good. Don't touch a wild animal that can harm you or hurt you. Someone should have told the Australian tourists on the Coquihalla that when they walked right up to a grizzly bear. Jellyfish? Depends on the jellyfish. I have touched a jellyfish. True story. I have touched a jellyfish. I've touched the top of a jellyfish. but it was in a controlled environment in a aquarium where you put your hand into this special glove and reach through and you could poke it. Don't touch an animal that will hurt you. Yeah, I guess I should have told my ex that. The Mason has created another millstone. It's worth 79,200 Zathal. This is a diorite millstone. Our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with diorite cabochons and decorated with Crundle bone and encircled with bands of octagon-cut tanzanites and pear-cut clear garnets. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tanzanite and menaces with spikes of bloodthorn. On the item is an image of the Hollow of Obeying, the raw adamantine ring in bloodthorn. On the item is an image of a round cabochon and horsebone. Workshop. Where'd the millstones go? There it is. Capital M. Oh, I actually have 2 of them. Okay. Oops, nope. That's not actually what I wanted to do. I wanted to do up, downstairs, not upstairs. There you go. You've done way too much mad science to not be called weird. I mean, what's your favorite example of mad science that you've done? For the uninitiated, anyway. My favorite discovery is that dwarves can end up worshipping multiple gods simultaneously, which is kind of funny. There was individual buttons next to the stairs in the Steam version. So I'm assuming you can just click on the individual buttons. So like there's the stairs button, but then there's also specific stair pieces buttons. I'm also assuming that's going to be the way constructing stairs is going to work. That you can just like specifically construct a center stair piece or something. Starting to get lunchtimey. Starting to get hungry. Right. That. When you embark on a sinister, haunted, terrifying biome to eradicate evil, how do you cleanse it? Killing the demon or necromancer? You can't cleanse it. Theoretically, what you could do is in adventure mode, you could kill the demon or leader and then, like, make a bunch of different adventurers or play in a different fort idly elsewhere in the world for a couple of years so that time moves forward and then it will be cleansed. But, like, it takes, like, 50 to 100 years for... Like, it takes a really long time for the evil biome that towers and stuff output for that to recede. And then evil biomes that are just on the map by the start are just evil. Like, there is no way to cleanse them. Like, evil biomes on the map are just evil. But, like, these tiny little square patches of evil come out of, like, the super evil zones, like necromancy and stuff. Which, like, so theoretically you could kill the necromancer and it will recede. I've seen that happen in World Gen, actually. Where there will be, like, a necromancer tower that'll pop up, a little spooky area appears, then it goes white because it gets destroyed, and then the spooky area goes back. But it's not really something you can do in real time in the current game. Tarn was saying something about wanting to, what's the word? Make it happen fast enough in game so that, like, if there's a necromancer tower close by, you could see it happening on your map in real time, but obviously the game's not there yet. You can, like, let's see if I can find you an example. It's not one. Need a particularly evil tower. Like, see, this is just an evil biome, right? This is the step of ruthlessness. This is just an evil place. But just looking for a necromancer tower that's outputting evil around it. Like, this is also just an evil biome where these goblins have settled. This is just a haunted forest. There's not a lot of necromancy in this world, though, so it's kind of tricky. Yeah, I actually haven't found any necromancer towers that are outputting evil. Yeah, none of them are like have enough power to really be doing much. Kind of like it the way it is. What, just like a very slow? I kind of wish that it was possible for necromancer towers to spawn post-world gen, though. Because right now it's not. They stop, like, once... what's the word? They stop once world gen is out. Or is finished, rather. Hot potatoes at $6,750. Hell yeah. But yeah, I don't know. There's a few like weird things about Dwarf Fortress where it's like, yeah, this could be better in a lot of ways, but I kind of like it the way it is. I don't like it the way it is. Although the one thing I don't like it the way it is I really hope that we'll be able to stop wars at some point, because like it's kind of frustrating to just like go, like maybe with the goblins. I can understand the goblins just being like an endless fight to the death once they realize that you're there, but like the humans and like the elves, it's like I want to be able to reason with them, stop them from attacking me, or same with other dwarves, or like your own faction. Ponder. You also ponder if history seed is also control how stuff generate. You ponder if history seed. You're heading to bed now. Gotcha, Suey. You mean Seeb? But anyway. Yeah. So if you're headed to bed, I mean, I have what, like an hour and a half before I even need to ping next person. So I've got the potato stuff up on the back. Can see it, watching it, witnessing it, paying attention. Me? Do I have to make my own food? I live alone, so yeah. Something like that? Gotcha. Hour and a half. Because JJM Jim's got a 3 hour set and he's been on for... Things seem to be going off to a good start, though. So, you go snooze. I'm handling roll call now until 10 p.m. Okay. Well, I mean, like, if Ranger wants to take roll call for that, that would also be okay, because, like, I will be streaming until Tangerine starts. So. Like, remember, we're still in the... This is gonna be weird. But, like, I can do roll call, but if things need help, then, like, I will need Ranger to deal with stuff. Also, spring has arrived, so if like 40 Crundles die tomorrow, we know why. They'll change it in the document. So am I off roll call for today then? Or just for Tangerine? Okay. So I just have to ping one person, and he's already live, so I'm not worried. Oh, hell yeah. This is completely unrelated. So I'm a patron for Krug Smash, right? Krug's put out an email to everybody saying, hey, vote for the annual Steam Awards for Dwarf Fort. Good guy. Good guy, Krugsy. Hell yeah. Bet you also put that up on YouTube too. Let's see. Yep, he certainly did. One of the fort where you loved to do something outstanding. Are you asking me what my favorite fort was? What are your favorite DF fort? I don't know. I've made too many forts, and too many of them are memorable. I don't really have a favorite. Also, Atir Waltest has been elected to the position of Sacred Gold of the Diamond Creed. Interesting. I beg your pardon? Oh, an item has been lost. Okay. I just got the notification that an item was lost. I was like, what? All right, chat. So I'm sitting here and I'm going, I need to use the restroom. It's 2:30. I'm hungry, and I think I'm going to go on my lunch break now. I'm going to do a hard save. So when I return, in about 10 minutes, we will continue this fortress. If that sounds good to you guys.